Okay, now we test. Can you hear me? Can you all hear me? You hear me. Ah, all right, hold on. Now what about this? Can you hear both? Oh wait, why is it not playing? Huh? The music not playing. Wait, that's weird. Wait, that's not right. Hold on a second. No music. No, why is that? Now that's really weird. Why can't I hear it also? I should be able to hear it for sure. Oh, I know why. Sorry, see, this is why we start early. When I'm doing something different than usual. It's because Windows is outputting to the wrong spot. Ha ha ha. But I know now. Why is Windows? No, it shouldn't be. No, it definitely should be going like this. To the that. It should be going to the there. Okay. There we go. And this one, hold on, let's put this one up and then we'll make sure we correct it in the Windows side of things. That should be going to the right one. That's not correct. Ah, I see. Okay. Now can we hear it? Wait, that's not right. You guys can hear me, but I can't hear anything. That's not correct. This isn't right. Why is this not correct? Is it because... It's showing. I should definitely be able to hear it. This is messed up. Why does this gotta happen all the time? I'm not syncing up to the 5G zombie frequency. I hope I'm not running late. I'm just gonna tell Sisyphus I'm working out some... 1 second. Okay, let me just figure this out. Why I can't hear the music playing. Because that's confusing to me. That's very confusing to me. And it makes me worry. Makes me concerned. And it was only after I changed to this. Hold on, let me test something real quick. But you guys can now hear me fine. So this is going, hold on. That doesn't make any sense. Let me test something else. Hold on. No idea why this isn't working. I have no idea why I can't get... Wait a second, hold on a minute. This is definitely... Hold on a second, hold on a second. I think I can do it. Hold on, let's see. Oh no, stop it. Now everything else is breaking. God, I hate it. I hate the audio crap. Why is it like this? It was just working a second ago. You guys could hear the music, right? I'm not making that up, right? You guys could hear the music. Press like, by the way. You could hear the music before, right? So there's this, it's showing it playing here. Why? I can't even hear it now. This makes no sense. This makes no goddamn sense. I'm gonna need this so that I can hear his side of things. If I can't hear that, then I won't be able to do anything. Oh man, hold on a second. This is so silly. God, why does it gotta be like this? Every fucking time. Hold on, I'm gonna try something. We're gonna try a test real quick. Obama. Holy shit. So you heard that, right? Okay, so that means Discord audio is working, which means we should be fine. Which means if I go like this, Ah, there's a problem. Hold on. Let me copy this. Okay, we're gonna copy this one here, and we should be fine. Okay, this should work. All right. Okay, everybody, my lovely, lovely imps, thank you for being here today. Please make sure that you press the like button. I apologize for the confusion. I apologize for the confusion, but wait, it cut me off? Well, that might be what happens. Okay, we're gonna have to test this on the fly and see if we can get it to work. God damn it, I really wish I hadn't messed this up. But this should work fine. This should work okay. Or at least I hope it does. There we go. Okay, so my camera's coming in clear and clean. This should be all right. All right. Okay, hold on, is there anybody in chat? Is there any of my mods in chat who'd be willing to just test this with me real quick? In my Discord? Just a real quick test. Okay, thanks, Silent. If you can just pop into the waiting room. Obama. Oh man, that's so loud. What an entry noise! Okay, all right. Can you all hear me? Now try talking real quick.
Test, test.
One more time.
Test, test.
Okay, yeah. All right, awesome, it's working. I know it's loud, I'm sorry, I'll adjust the audio. Okay, thank you so much, that's all I need. We're good to go.
Of course.
Thank you, bye. Oh my God, okay, so we've got this. Yeah, it is loud and I don't know exactly why it's so loud, but we'll fix that, okay? All right, this is gonna be great. Okay, I'm gonna put up, I'm gonna get this going here. We're gonna put the corner cam up. I'm gonna message Sisyphus. Hopefully this will work. I apologize for all of the issues and for the rough start. But, you know. And thank you all who have helped me here. I'm gonna call for likes and then it'll be a slightly more normal stream after this. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me and see me? Or...
Yeah, I can't see you yet, but I can hear you, which is a good thing.
Man. Okay, that's good. That's weird. It says turn off camera and turn on camera, but it's not.
Oh, if you're using OBS, are you using OBS to capture?
No, I'm not.
Okay,
I'm just
okay.
using I wonder if it's just.
Yeah, sometimes it will just pull weird. I know that what I just had to do. Sorry for being late, by the way. What I just had to do. Hey,
Oh my
there
God.
you go. I can see you now.
It's because I can't. It just like wouldn't pick up the other webcam, and that one was covering it. So it's pretty much the same quality, so it's okay.
All right, let me just see if I can. Here we go. All right, perfect. I'm gonna get you up.
I didn't realize it was like a physical. It was just covering the camera.
Oh no, it's just this is how this stuff happens, and it's all good. There's always, whenever I swear to God, I do a lot of calls and stuff like that, live calls and whatever, and I swear every single time there's something new and unique that the Discord or whatever has invented for us to have an issue with.
Yeah, no, I'm never on Discord, so.
Oh,
that's,
okay. So yeah, I use
yeah.
Discord all the time, and you know, to be completely honest, I mean, I can't imagine a reason why other than it's the only thing I can think of that works most of the time.
No, it seems like a good platform. Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. Do you mind if I ask your pronouns?
Oh yeah, it's he, him.
Okay. And just to be
What's
clear,
yours?
she, her. I should have said that right away. But yeah, just so we're 100% clear, I am currently live streaming with my audience. So just so you know, I assumed that would be the assumption, but but yeah.
That's okay. That's fine.
Yeah. So yeah, it was a bit of an awkward start. I apologize again about the delay there. I was like, oh my God, I started my stream as usual. I'm like, oh my God, I forgot to move the camera over so I can use it with Discord, because like. Oh my God, so silly. But anyway, I've been really looking forward to getting to sit down and talk with you about everything. And I guess if you wanna, I guess if we want to start this, I guess we'll do like formal introductions. If you'd like to go first,
sure.
then I'll go second.
Okay, yeah, my name's Ben. I'm Sisyphus55 on YouTube. I usually cover like psychology, philosophy related topics. Recently I made a video on kind of online politics and the extent to which it has revolutionary potential, and it was a video specifically addressing the audience. Although I think the way it was received by some streamers was it was they also felt like it was very much a critique of their own platform. And I think that's how you uh, like discovered my channel, I'm pretty sure. So
Yeah.
and yeah, and I really, as I said in the email, I really appreciated the critique, because I kind of, and I think I mentioned it, I made that video in a sort of kind of dialectical kind of energy going into it, where it's like I wanted to offer what I thought about it, but because I'm dealing with like a you know a platform where people can react and people can engage in your content and they can provide criticisms, I was expecting some sort of feedback. I wasn't sure what it was going to be like, but I was kind of in the hopes of like, this is what I think now, and then hopefully this can open me up to discuss with other people that maybe have similar views, different views, but we're all kind of streamers, content creators at the end of the day, and to hear their perspective, and then hopefully I can kind of refine my own view about the situation, and maybe make like a follow up. And there's a few other people that I'm talking to
Awesome.
specifically about this. So yeah, that's my introduction, I guess.
Well, welcome, and I really appreciate this opportunity to sit down and talk, and for you reaching out to talk with me. That means a lot to me. I am, of course, Demon Mama, and I'm a live streamer. You can find me on YouTube, Demon Mama. Really easy to find, youtube.com/c/Demon Mama. It's that easy. And I watched your video. It was indeed the first time I came into contact with your channel. And I thought it was there were things that like I agreed with a good chunk of it, and I disagreed with some of it as well. So I made my little video about it, and at least for me, I always try to approach things like kind of the way that you mentioned, like, trying to engage in a dialogue, or at least something productive of that. So at least for me, I found it was a very good jumping point to start talking about things. And of course, there were things I disagreed with, but I think that's natural. But yeah. So people, my chat saying, none of your videos are little, Demon Mama. I'm like, that's true. I'm long-winded. I don't do little videos. It's true. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to talking about everything, the topics, the video, everything today. And I'm glad that we get to sit down.
Yeah, no, me too.
So yeah, so I guess there was, so with regard to the obviously I went a little spicy. I hope it didn't like ruffle any feathers with my title. I did kind of say that you blamed the lack of on live streamers, which you didn't exactly do,
yeah.
but there was a couple parts where I felt like it was like that. But I get a little I won't say I try to avoid doing any clickbait, but I do try to be a little spicy and fun with my titles a little bit. So I hope that didn't come off as me like insulting you or anything, because I didn't think you were in need of any insults, as hopefully my video showed. Yeah, so, okay, was there anything that stood out to you from my critique that you wanted to talk about right away? Because I did write down a bunch of notes of stuff that we could talk about today, but I'd prefer, since you reached out, you can lead the convo if you'd like.
Okay. I mean, I think with regards to kind of a constructive dialogue, I'm actually very curious about sort of your own experience streaming in this space, kind of what you observe with, when people talk about infighting and, stuff like that, and your own kind of like feelings regarding that, and your own sort of like what you feel needs to be addressed or kind of tackled on like online left politics, and if you have any
Okay.
sort of actionable steps and stuff like that. But I guess, yeah, before that, I think there were two things in the critique where I was like, this is I thought it was very useful. And it did play into the fact that I was like, as I was writing that paper, or as I was writing the script, I was like, I'm limited by like the very limitations I'm talking
Yeah.
about like with video essays, because it has to be around 20 minutes at the very most. It does kind of, you can't really be super pretentious with how you're going about things. It could have been a lot more pretentious, although I'm sure it already came across as extremely pretentious because that's just the format of a video essay. But I especially regretted my use, kind of just like going past, like, without really defining what I was meaning by the term play, and then also by the term truth, because those two were just so, it was very anti, like, philosophical and anti-intellectual to just kind of just throw those in there really quickly. And both of those were attached to very large sections of the original draft that I was like, I'm just gonna remove this, and I'm gonna see how people take this, and then I can maybe
Yeah.
further clarify later on, as long as it's not causing too much damage or confusion. But with play, I think I remember in your critique, I thought that was a really interesting. I think there was somebody else in the chat showed up, and you guys talked about.
That's my partner Doe, who is way more into the theory side of things than I am, and it's really into that kind of stuff, and it's read a ton. And we had just been talking about recently about some various philosophical perspectives on the sort of delineation between play and work and things like that. So, yeah. On that, okay. So, there's so much to talk about. So, with the, I guess I'll start with the first thing that you brought up, which is talking about this space and infighting and all of that, which is like a huge topic in and of itself. There is a lot of, I mean, I've been streaming now specifically in politics spaces for almost 4 years. Like in 4 months, it will be my 4-year anniversary of streaming, and it's been a very strange experience on a lot of fronts. The infighting on the left broadly is very big. There's obviously huge divides between certain factions specifically, like the liberals who don't like being called leftists is like a huge divide. And I mean, I'm okay with not calling them leftists, but also that mentality has seemed to have changed a lot over the last few years, where now there's like this desire to belong in the left, but to like delineate themselves from extreme leftists, and it's really weird and hard to navigate. And I think sometimes, like, something that I talk about a lot is that like leftist unity is a thought terminating cliche in a lot of ways. It is a thing that's designed to silence any sort of disagreement or productive conversation. And that's not to say that I don't think that lefties of different stripes need to work together, but like working together can't be browbeaten in. You have to like iron things out and come to disagreements and be able to talk through them. And as my sort of platform has sort of developed and changed over the years, I've made a big deal of like I guess honing the way that I engage in things. Like, first of all, like, there's a lot of things that I would categorize as mostly drama, where it's like interpersonal slap fights where the things get very, very interpersonal. And I've moved further and further away from trying to engage in those, because I feel like they just make me feel bad and they make everyone feel bad. Even though there's definitely some clicks to be had in that. But also, when I do engage in things, I've made a really big deal of trying to point out and get people to think about things like context collapse, things like actually having evidence for claims. There's a tendency for people to kind of just go off the cuff and say things and have it be expected, and then it gets into the grapevine, and then nobody actually knows what actually happened. I have a series on my channel called Drama Mama, which is ironically less about drama per se, but it kind of is. It's like in the Drama Mama series, I focus on generally like pretty big things. Like, I mean, things I've talked about was like the allegations of racism at DC Comics, or not DC comics, DC movies. I've talked about more recently the Miranda Sings situation, where there were allegations of abuse and improper behavior with fans. And one of the things that I do in that series that I constantly repeat and reinforce to my audience is that we stick to the receipts. We don't jump into speculation. If we're speculating on something, we need to be very clear about that so people don't run with it. And we should avoid doing it altogether. We should stick with the evidence that's available. We should try to be as charitable as possible to all people involved, and we should avoid rushing to conclusions on basically anything. And that's what I try to encourage, to make the infighting that is going to happen no matter what happen in a more productive and effective manner. Sometimes I think that I sometimes draw a line between lefty infighting and right-wing infighting, where right-wing infighting often ends very, let's say painfully for the losing party. The right likes to say that they're not the cancel type, but they totally absolutely are. And you can look at the figures that they've ended up sort of discarding over the years and see where they are now, and you can see that it's usually career ending. When there's an infight in the right wing, whoever wins becomes the new person, and the other person gets completely and utterly destroyed. And I think that we should try to avoid being like that. I think that actually the left, surprisingly, is generally better than that, despite what some media figures will say. But I think that we should try to avoid being lethal to one another in our infighting, and we should instead try to encourage people actually engaging with one another and growing. And obviously, there are going to be times where you have to draw lines and say, this is unacceptable, but when it comes to political disagreements, I think that we should try to recognize that part of the value of the left is that we can disagree with one another, is that there is a lot more of a liberatory focus, which means people are going to come to different conclusions, and we should be able to work together to the best of our ability to disagree rationally and not just destroy each other for the sake of it. I hope that makes sense. I know that that's a little bit nuanced and not exactly a super clean answer, but I just think that that's how it is. I've seen a lot of really toxic infighting. I've seen infighting that goes really bad. I mean, there's stuff that I would go that doesn't even that I don't even consider infighting anymore. Stuff that ends up being explicit harassment. I myself and my partner, who I mentioned before, have experienced that to an extreme degree, where I've had people obsessively target my platform and basically spend all their time trying to make sure that I can't continue or can't grow, often for completely fabricated reasons, and I think that's a problem. So I guess that's what I'll say on infighting. I think it's very complicated, that it's to a certain degree natural, and that we should try and cultivate doing it in a way that is as productive as possible, when possible. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that was very well said. And so, if I'm correct, you're observing that there is, in general, a lot of infighting. In comparison to the right, it's not as inflammatory, and it is apparently a bit more productive on the left.
I think so, generally. Yeah. I mean, I have kind of a unique background in that, and I'm very open about this on my channel. I grew up in an extremely right-wing environment. I was raised in a cult, a right-wing evangelical cult that was very, very extreme. And so I saw from the inside what the way that things operate on their side of things. And I don't think that there's really any less infighting. I think humans fight with each other all the time, but the thing with the right is that there are way more severe lines of power and hierarchical stances where if you defy, you will be destroyed, cut off, you will be ousted, shunned. People talk about shunning in religious communities. That's a very real thing. In the church, if you disagreed with the head pastor, if you weren't ready to take out the head pastor and become the head pastor yourself, which never happened in my experience. That never resulted in that way. You would be destroyed, you would be ousted from the community, and you would disappear from the community. It's just how it went. So, and I would hope that that's not the case, except for when it's really, really important on our side of things. Obviously, in cases of like extreme abuse, in cases of extreme harm, obviously, I don't believe that you should like look the other way. I never would say that, but yeah, I do think that the left already does a better job generally, but we could even do better, and we could make it more productive, and I think it could result in some serious growth as communities. So yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. I guess, yeah, and then because I also want to talk about kind of your specific kind of intentions, like needs, regarding like your platform and kind of what you want from your audience and from other influencers that are more on the left. Because we can probably talk about the right a lot, but they're arguably a lot easier to critique and kind of dunk on, and it's
For
maybe a bit less constructive. The like the reason one of the reasons why I made that video was I was also like working on videos about like Buddhism and stuff, and there was one of the ideas of like right livelihood, which is where you kind of have some sort of agreement with the profession that you've undertaken, and that it's a compassionate activity in some way. And I was looking at myself and how I was kind of conducting myself on YouTube. And I mean, I don't really engage in a lot of drama. This is like the closest I
Yeah.
hopefully will probably ever get. But even then, it would never really that inflammatory. But at the same time, I was like, I care about certain political things, but I don't know if I was really genuinely making any sort of difference. And I was also seeing, or I was observing, like when I would go on YouTube, a lot of political influencers that I would look up to, most of the videos, like a majority of the videos, were about interpersonal conflicts or disagreements regarding, views that are important, and it's good to have those discussions. But looking at how large their platforms were and how large my platforms were, I was kind of, I was like, could there be more that we could do?
Yeah.
And I guess that's why like I opened this up. And so I'm kind of wondering on your end, like how you kind of conceptualize your own platform and your sort of like intentions with it, and kind of what you would maybe wish from the audience, from other creators as well.
Yeah. So, the way that I look at my platform has changed some over the years. But one of the things I try to keep in mind is like the sort of limitations. And I think like at the beginning, like the first half of your video where you were sort of talking about some of the limitations of streaming and YouTube generally, was like part where I was just like, oh, I agree with you like 100% on what's being said here. Because I do think like with very few exceptions, basically anybody who steps onto YouTube is going to be, for streaming or making videos, is going to be an entertainer first. There's very, very few exceptions for that. Like I was trying to list out in my mind on last night while I was like sort of typing down my thoughts, some examples. I'm like, hard journalism is one of those, and that doesn't even 100% track because there's a lot of journalists who are talking head type journalists. But hard journalism, like science channels that like post like videos of like weather updates and stuff like that, or like
I was thinking like Khan Academy, like
there's a few.
Yeah.
Well, even Khan Academy, where it's like, I mean, I guess it is mostly educational content, but it's very rare that like on this medium that you're gonna be anything other than an entertainer first. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. It's a role. And so I try to keep that in mind, and I try to remember that like I will talk about serious issues, but at the end of the day, my role is still mostly as an entertainer. And that's true for a lot of the people that I'm engaging with as well. And I do think that there's a lot of good things that entertainers can do. For example, I think that one of the things that YouTubers and live streamers have like a ton of advantage on is the ability to sort of organically attract audiences. in a way that like a lot of other things can't. People are looking for entertainment. Our lives are really stressful, like especially like I talk about America because I'm an American, like, but in America people live really stressful lives. Entertainment is kind of hard and expensive to come by increasingly, and so is social type entertainment where you can also be like bonding with other people or making connections. So I think that we can use that to our advantage, and I think like community building is something that I focus on a lot. Like, how do I, people come to my channel, they're looking to have a good time, they have a good time, they are looking to meet new people and talk to those new people. How do I facilitate that in a safe and productive manner? And also, how do I encourage people to build connections that are above and beyond just being a fan of the same content? And so that's something I talk about a lot. If you ask my fans, they'll probably tell you I talk about it too much, where I'm just like, I'm always reminding my fans to like, hey, connect with each other in a real way. When you go and hang out on the Discord, go there with the intention of like, of recognizing that you're meeting another person, and you might connect with that person and be able to build an actual friendship. Obviously, you have to be careful about like the streamer, YouTuber parasocial effect, and that's why I try to point people. Don't just try and like, you could be a fan of my work. I obviously love that and appreciate that, and obviously this is a very interactive platform. But I always want to be reminding people that you're here to be able to connect with other people who are interested in the same subjects. We've all come here for the same general cloud of reasons, and you can connect with each other and build bonds that will actually make you stronger politically, beyond the entertainment factor of my show. And I think that's something that over the years it has proven itself, that like me starting my stream with a community focus and then continuing to like build that focus has been a really, in my opinion, one of the things I'm most proud of, because I've seen what it's done. I've seen people who've been a part of my community a long time end up building their own entire network of friends and connections that makes them and their friend, like if they build an affinity group that lets them be stronger in the world, that lets them advocate for themselves and take care of themselves. And I'm trans. I talk about trans stuff a lot, and this is super important in the trans community where trans people are kind of spread all over the place, and some of us live in really dangerous places. So building connections like that means that you might be able to get out of a place because you have a support network now that you didn't have before. So yeah, I think that like streamers and YouTubers, even people who aren't like sort of, making content for a niche, for a niche like me, where I'm making a lot of my content is made for trans people. Like that's who I'm thinking about when I'm making it. And like even people who aren't in that position can acknowledge this amazing community building factor and use it to do really great things. And of course, we as the creator ourselves can engage in that. Like something that I wish more content creators would do is contribute to direct aid, which is something I have seen people do it, and I've participated in this myself quite a lot. But I've done it with other creators, so it's not like no one's doing it, but they are. Like there is an ability for streamers, given that we streamers and YouTubers too, because YouTubers also will tend to cultivate mods, and you tend to have a Discord. These things are sort of natural to how we build our platforms anyway. We can use that to be able to go, okay, wait, there's people in our community who have needs. And maybe we can meet those needs. Instead of just doing like a single charity run for a specific charity, a Tiltify thing or whatever, maybe we can engage in direct aid and immediately impact people who are in need right now for whatever reason. Or on the next level, if you're not like looking to do really small scale stuff, maybe there are organizations that aren't getting the attention that they need, that through these types of very organic community building that we do, we can find and channel that energy into, and it can make a really big difference. Like I know that I've seen that. Like God, there's so many over the years I've been a part of a bunch of these different efforts for both direct aid and towards like, hey, we need to shore up this specific cause. And I think that YouTubers and streamers have a unique ability to be able to participate in that like legacy media has no ability to do that really, for a number of reasons. Partially because like the mechanism by which they connect to their community is completely and utterly different. But yeah, so those are. I know that was a little bit like. I tried to hit a couple of the questions that you asked, but I hope I hit those, and that makes sense. Like, I do think that that's like, at least for me, I see myself as like, my job is to get on here and let people have a good time, help people have a good time, while thinking about things productively, while broadening their mind to issues that I care about, and then also act as like an enzyme or a catalyst, maybe that's a better word, a catalyst towards getting people to connect with one another and strengthen their own networks. God, I can tell you there's so many YouTube channels that are purely just you plug in and it's just entertainment for money. That's it. It's an exchange. You are getting entertained, I am getting money. And they might have a massive community that just gets neglected, and those people they enter that community and they don't build those connections. They're just there looking, I need the more entertainment. And so I don't ever want that to be the case for me. I always want people to come here and then be encouraged. Hey, we all seek all kinds of stuff online, but what we need most is connection to other people. Use the spaces that I've built, that I literally hire people on my team, my mods and whatever, to keep safe. Use that space to connect with each other and as a launching point for your own like bloom. You know what I mean? That's the way that I look at it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, everything that you expressed, I completely agree with, and also I think it reflects, and I caught this like when I was watching the critique, is that the way that you conduct yourself seems to be with a lot of consideration and a lot of, even though you're saying you're just an entertainer, like there is a considerable amount of thought and like awareness of accountability and responsibility with having an audience at all in this day and age. And that's also why I reached out to you, is because it was, I found it particularly impressive. And I also think that like what you touched on at the end there, and I wish I learned about this before, and I'm still kind of mulling over it, but are you like, do you know like Sartre's, like Jean-Paul Sartre, like the existentialist, his like more Marxist thought? Because I never really like looked into this too much.
I'm not super familiar with it, honestly.
He talks about it's this idea of seriality. So he talks about like praxis is basically we're all in kind of a social environment and we're striving towards certain things, and the actions we make kind of leave marks. And because these social environments are shared, like shared social spaces, usually the actions that we're undertaking are out of a motivation of scarcity. And that doesn't just mean like in terms of money, but it can mean in terms of like food, or in terms of cultural capital, literary prizes or something. YouTube, I would say, probably even more than money, it's attention. There's a scarcity of attention where we're kind of fixated on how can I get a certain amount of attention. And his idea of seriality is where there's a collective group of people that are all kind of they sometimes look like they're working together, but they're actually all working out of kind of a scarcity mentality of like, I need to get my thing. I need to get specifically my thing. And he was writing about this in a time where he saw a lot of leftist movements springing up, but there was a lot of infighting. There was a lot of there wasn't like a general collective sense of like of like working class politics, basically. And that's where he saw kind of this notion of seriality, of people kind of just getting their own, even though they're advocating for more collective action, like on the surface. And I was like, that's a more, at least for me, an accurate way to describe maybe my own grievance with like when we're talking about like channels that are literally just entertainment, or channels that are mostly involving drama and stuff like that. But he also offers this idea of group praxis, which is, I think it reflects what you were talking about, where it is communities of people, it's community building, groups of people, and there's still disagreements within it, but they kind of keep their eye on the prize, where they know that those disagreements are supposed to burn out some sort of further truth or some sort of further action that could be more constructive, because at the end of the day they all agree on something. And I guess I'm curious what you think of like this sort of my probably not great summary of Sarch's like thought, but
No, I mean,
if it kind of aligns with.
I think it totally makes sense to me. And I mean, I think that is one of the things that that like YouTube broadly suffers from, like that concept of serialization. Like I probably would have described that, like I probably would have used different words if I was like, because I've talked about how people get siloed off and how it's kind of like YouTubers are contractors, like, and people are able to fairly easily recognize, I feel like on the left and even among liberals, people are able to recognize, like, okay, Uber drivers, they don't really talk to other Uber drivers very often outside of, like, maybe they connect on the internet, but there's no workplace that all the Uber drivers go to. And so, like, to draw an analogy to like labor organizing, like in the Uber world, it's a huge advantage to Uber that none of their employees ever share a lunch together or anything like that. It's an app that speaks to each one individually, and YouTube is a lot like this. Now, YouTubers aren't like technically as like aggressively like separated in that way, but the structure is very similar. We are sort of sometimes working towards the same end, but without any bridges between us. And I do think that there's a lot of value in changing that. I think that there's value in people building real connections, real social connections, because I think that people like will think twice when they're engaging with another person that they have a connection to, not even just friends, but just like we all can acknowledge that like people are weird on the internet partially because they see a screen and not a human. Even though there is a human on the other end, the illusion messes with their empathetic centers. And I think that's going to happen to all of us. And I think it can lead to an effect where, like, on a political level, there's a kind of like there's a fragmentation that happens that's really not necessary. And I don't think you could ever build bridges between every person who's interested in talking about lefty politics on the internet. But more, I think, would lead to a general environment where like sort of pointless and cruel farming of one another to like what end? To like a personal enrichment, maybe a short-term personal enrichment, maybe, like where that thing is less common. So yeah, I actually think that's a pretty interesting concept that you've brought up. And yeah, I mean, I haven't read anything on it, so I can't speak to like how it like holds up on a philosophical level beyond this, but it's certainly something that I think would be, you know, is worth reflecting on. Like the fact that like a lot of us have vaguely similar political goals, but it's unrefined by the fact that there's not a whole lot of connections, and yet there's an expected connection. An example of this is like how sometimes BreadTube is talked about as its own thing. Like, I don't know how familiar you are with the conversation around BreadTube, but like a lot of the creators that are in BreadTube didn't like sit down and say, we're BreadTube now. They were just like, it was like labeled onto them, and they found themselves like, we're all standing in a room now and everybody talks about us like we're a collective, even though we might not actually even know each other. I think that can be an upsetting experience that's sometimes unavoidable, because of the way that the internet and people have genre brain, and they're like looking to create a genre and to create connections. But like, we can kind of undermine that uncontrollable nature by actually just building connections with each other that are existent, that aren't just like a genre consumer label. Like, hey, here's a bunch of people who are working together and doing something. Here's some people who have talked to each other like we're doing right now, and have actually gone somewhere with it and built something, and started to build bridges in one way. And I don't know, I think that's really important. And you know, I'm not perfect. I've had my fair share of conflicts online. I genuinely have done my best to not like initiate them for no good reason. And I really, really don't like drama farming. It doesn't make me feel good. I don't think it makes anybody feel good. That I have had a couple of big streams this year specifically talking about that. Earlier this year, I had one of my bigger streams was called A Sky Burial for the Twitter Left. and it was fairly dramatic. I did kind of made a big show of it and did like a funeral basically, where I was talking about how like the Twitter left, partially because of the takeover of Elon Musk, has just completely devolved into nothingness. And on Twitter, there was a point where there was a lot of like leftist discussion happening on Twitter, and it's completely been hijacked. It's trash, complete and utter trash now. And so we basically had a big stream talking about that and how like so much of it has turned into this horrible drama farming that makes everybody feel bad, and it doesn't actually lead. It might get you a big stream to talk about an issue that people are like, oh my god, did you hear what happened? But it doesn't last. It actually fades out, and then you find yourself struggling to claw back that attention again because you can never reach that high. So it's not a super sustainable path, especially because there's only so many bridges that can be burned before everyone's alone again. And yeah, I really think that like this idea of building like at least some level of connection so people can go, wow, are we working together on this? Or maybe we're not, but that's okay. And, you know, maybe there'll be two groups of people who are connected to each other and this one bridge won't work out, but at least there's an attempt being made. At least there's some connections that are being forged and people are starting to actually make a world instead of just a bunch of sticks that have been stuck into the mud in a particular direction with no knowledge really of one another, except when you want to go smack one or whatever. Like, I think that's not productive at all. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that I once again agree with everything that you've stated. I think that was also one of the kind of realizations I had, like, was just everybody, there's so many people online that are very articulate, very educated, and have that talent to capture attention. And if it was pooled together, and it doesn't mean that they all have to agree specifically on the same thing, but if they agree on at least enough things, that would lead to actually some more actionable steps and like also like better discourse but it does have to come from that like genuine discussion, like genuine, like people actually like listening to each other, not in like the sort of right-wing way of like the free marketplace of ideas, like but you know, challenging ideas and not letting your ego get too involved. And I think the major critique of that video that I was trying to, or the major point in the video I was trying to kind of make, and I don't think I communicated properly, was the kind of the closeness of ego and that idea of seriality, and kind of people becoming too committed to their own specific beliefs and ideas, not because they're necessarily good or they're necessarily stable, but because like their platform is attached to that idea of stability, and if they're challenged, then that could like ruin their ability to capture attention or their ability to, you know, make money or anything, which so
and I do think that's like a completely like that's just an unequivocally true thing about all YouTubers that I don't know how that can change at the moment. I haven't been able to figure it out because, to be honest, as far as from like a making a living perspective, YouTube's kind of got the major upper hand, and I don't know how we fix it. Like, some people, this was something, there was a cycle of discourse that has returned. It's kind of hasn't happened in a while, but it was on Twitch mostly, back when I was on Twitch, in Twitch politics, which doesn't really exist anymore. I mean, literally the category doesn't exist anymore. But back when Twitch politics was a thing, there was this concept of like, should streamers form a union? And I kept going, like, people would talk about it for hours without realizing that you can't unionize in the same way. You're a contractor. There's no union, there's no laws that allow you to be able to create a union in the traditional sense. You could do like a wildcat strike, but that's like a totally different discussion than unionizing. And so the livelihood thing does put us at a spot where it's like there's always going to be that risk. Like, as far as I can tell, for now until a long time. Maybe things like, maybe groups like Nebula or something like that can help alleviate that. I think that probably you could make some like I don't know, like multi-channel networks or something that are like leftist flavored. They're still not going to be like co-ops because that isn't going to work most of the time. But you can build some stuff that will lead to more resilience. But there is always the risk because of the very default of the platform that like people's livelihoods are staked on their channel success. That there's always a perverse incentive there, and it is hard to overcome. I think we just have to get as creative as possible and recognize it as like a danger of the playing field. You know, it's like just like there's risks in any industry for like what could threaten the ability for good things to happen, whether it's unionizing or whatever. That is one of the threats in our industry, is that like people end up, like, because of the way it's structured, it's generally one person or a brand that is at the center of a channel, and if things go bad for that, it could really ruin somebody's life. It could make it so that they have their survival staked on that. And you know, that does put a certain limit on what can be done with the platform, but I don't think that it's like a total wash. I just think it's something we have to grapple with and acknowledge and work around and get as creative as possible to kind of figure out how we can, eke out every little advantage that we can get within a system that's kind of hostile to us. Yeah. But it's, yeah.
No, yeah.
Oh, I wanted to ask you something with regard to your video. So I don't know. So I've seen some other people's reactions to your video, and I've seen some that were, you know, fairly good faith, and I've seen some that were significantly more aggressive or like that felt a little more defensive. Are you, I assume you probably are. I don't want to sound like I'm being rude or anything, but are you familiar with like the video essayist versus streamer beef that exists? Okay,
yeah,
so
yeah.
you're
of course, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I think that in some ways fairly and in some ways unfairly, your video kind of touched on some of those nerves and may have activated them in some people. Because I will say I've seen a lot of these videos for a number of reasons, partially because like people are talking about what I do and I'm kind of interested in that, and it's usually from creators whose work I generally like, that they're saying this stuff, and so I'm like, what do they have to say? What do they think about what I'm doing? You know what I mean? Or whether they talk about me directly, which has happened, or whether they don't. Yours, in my opinion, was on the much better end as far as but I've definitely seen some that have been very, very unproductive and very I understand why some people react harshly to that videos that ride on those, like I said, that like touch those nerves or synapses or whatever you want to talk about. Like, I can understand to a certain degree why people are like, here it comes again, you know what I mean? Because I've seen some that are like, oof, that's a little
they're
yeah.
It was perhaps a little bit deliberately packaged to look like that, because one of the, if I do have one gripe with the streaming like streamers, is not all content is really like digested properly in the form of constant pauses and in clips. It is better to sometimes sit on an idea or to see an argument build. So a part of me was kind of thinking, if I, presented in a certain way, maybe a few of these people would be, they would do the thing that I kind of expected them to do, which is what happened. You did not overall. Like, I would say that your critique was an extremely good faith. It's how I think most streamers probably should engage with, especially longer form content. But also, on the whole, the video, I don't actually believe in like that antagonism between Debate Bro and video essayists. Like, I think both of them are so like that, and I included like examples in the video of specific video essays that I'm also not a huge fan of that work on that kind of antagonism, because it's Debate Bros are or streamers are inherently like it's a very vitriolic and like passionate kind of like pathos, and then video essayists are this inherently kind of superiority complex, like a pretentious like pathos, and it's just like, obviously these two groups are gonna like, but they're really not that different. Like, my gripe was with let's back up and look at both of them and the ecosystem that they're working within,
Yeah.
which are, as you said, these very large platforms that have the upper hand, and how much are we actually making a difference?
Yeah.
And it was addressed to the audience, because the audience can get wrapped up in those antagonisms. They don't
For
really
sure.
realize
Oh,
that
big time.
overall
Big
it's kind
time.
of the same.
My approach to that is always to be like the Green Goblin. We're not so different, you and I. Whenever I encounter that, because I really don't. Like, I do think that there's stylistic differences, but when you talk about like a lefty streamer versus a lefty video essayist, they're more or less doing the same thing for different types of people. It's both like digesting info, sort of turning it over and making it make sense, trying to dive into it, and then also trying to equip the audience with like tools to take that information elsewhere. Obviously there are like pretty much every video essay is in some form like I have some information I want to share with you so that you can think about it and it can hopefully enrich your life in one way or another. That's also what streamers are mostly doing too, especially politically minded streamers. It's kind of like the thing. So we're all kind of engaging. It's just there's stylistic differences. It's kind of funny to me too how the fight or the lines there have shifted over the years, because like I've been streaming for almost 4 years now, and it was a very different conversation at the beginning. At the beginning, there was a lot more focus on debate bros, was the term that everybody liked to throw around. It was the video essayist versus the debate bros, and then now it's kind of like a streamer thing more broadly. And also, there's a lot less video essayists who are like who are in the fight anymore, and also there's less streamers who are in it also. Partially, I don't know if that's just because it's become more of like a Hatfields and McCoys type situation where it's like the lines have gotten dug in really deep. Sometimes I don't think it's possible to bridge the gap. I've definitely tried at times. Sometimes with some people I've had a lot of success. With other people, I don't know what the hell's going on, and I can't fully get into that mindset. I think there are I don't know. It's weird to me because I sometimes I feel like it's just it's like art snobbery that has been like wrapped into a political package where it's like, it's actually about politics, guys. It's not because I think it's easier to react to content live and talk to your chat, or it's or whatever, or the opposite, which is like, oh, it's so easy to read a script or whatever. It's like, come on, like, no, that's not true. I've like I don't know, people get, but I do see that squeak out sometimes where I'm like, what's this really about? Are you just mad about differences in the format? Is this like art snobbery that's been, like I said, wrapped in politics? I don't know. I find it interesting. I am glad personally that like your video approached it so much like differently than a lot of them do. Like I felt like when you brought up specific people, I really didn't feel like there was like you had a whole lot of vitriol towards them. Like in my recollection,
could you remind me of who?
Like I think you brought up Hassan and Vosh. I think were the main ones that I remember on the streamer side. But I don't. I think you just played their videos mostly. Like
yeah, they were
really
just used
about them.
With my editor, it was like there's no stock footage of leftist content or content creators or leftist streamers, so you do have to use certain people. And I mean, in the thumbnail, it's like, well, they're like kind of large, like they're kind of the large like faces of that. But yeah, I mean, not once did I actually utter, at least I think so, utter any actually specific content creator's name, which made the reactions kind of, I don't know, a little bit funny, but.
Yeah, I mean, I think some people, like, I do think that there's, like, if you put someone's face on something, they can assume that the message is directed at them because it's their face on it, you know what I mean? Even if it's, like, and sometimes that can be, like, doubly so, because I think it can sometimes come off as, like, you won't say my name, but you'll use my face, and you're actually talking about me, but you just don't want to, like I don't think that's 100% accurate. I don't think it's fair to jump to that conclusion, but I also kind of understand where people are coming from, because it's like, I mean, I know I would be like, why is my face on something? I've been like, oh my God, there's been there's been a phenomenon in politics streaming spaces at points in history where I've gone to like the politics browser. This was back when it existed on Twitch, and I've seen my face up on like 4 different people's streams and just gone, oh, what's going on? Did I say something
that would scare me.
offensive, or like, what did I do? And it's just like, oh man, it can be a little bit of a trip. So
that's a fair point. That is a fair point. I definitely didn't consider it to be that provocative, but I mean, who else would I be talking about at the same time? But also, I think my actual arguments weren't really, every time there was a critique of how influencers operate, I tried to make it, and I think I should have hammered this home more. I was also incorporating myself in that critique, and I was also saying this isn't really necessarily an individual issue because people have different motives and everything. It's a systemic issue, that there's inherently going to be some issue in terms of revolutionary potential operating online under these like large companies and platforms, that like it's none of these people's fault. Like, they are just, some of them are trying their best, some of them might be bad actors, but I can see the optics for sure.
And I do when you talk about like revolutionary potential, like, I find that to be such a difficult conversation like to be able to pull apart. Because, first of all, like, and this is me personally, I don't really believe in a single, like, the revolution. Like, I don't know that there will ever be a single incident like that. Like, I think that, I do think sometimes certain, and I think certain factions are more prone to this than others online. I think certain types of Marxists, Marxist-Leninists are one who I think have a bit of a millenarian view on like it's almost like the rapture. Like, it's gonna happen, like, oh, we're waiting for the day that it happens, and it's gonna happen one day. We're gonna hear the trumpets blaring, and then communism is gonna come, and we have to be ready for that, or else we'll be left behind, or something. And I try to avoid that because that's not really how I think things unfold in history. I don't know that there are single events. I think that there's like the cumulative events that are all kinds of micro revolutions that add up, and then when you zoom way out and you're looking at the past, you see them all as like one thing. But if you were to zoom back in, there's a bunch of different things happening at once that raise the temperature and cause a change to happen. And so I don't know if there's but in that, I do think there's a lot of good that can be done by channels, but also, like you mentioned, the limitations are real. And I think we do ourselves a benefit to like be real about our limitations, and also to recognize like that like this is something I've encountered, like, not to be a defender of the content creators, I mean, like, we're mostly artists and stuff like that, like artisty types, but like sometimes I feel like there's a little bit of there's like too high expectations put by some people on like what a YouTuber is supposed to be able to do about things. And I'm not saying that's like, get off my ass about everything, don't criticize me. But also, it's kind of crazy sometimes the way that I see people talk on social media. This is especially common on Twitter, where things get really out of hand, in my opinion. But where people look at a creator and it's like they want that person to be like a revolutionary leader in and of themselves, and I'm like, that's just not possible. Like, you're projecting something onto somebody who can't be that. And some of this is like, there are people who try to sell themselves as this. I can think of some figures who like I think are doing harm. I would criticize that on most fronts, like people who are trying to like sell themselves as the answer, there are some people that like grifter types that are like literally trying to like bang home this idea that like, it's through my movement, subscribe to my Patreon to join the world revolution type thing, where I find that kind of despicable. But I do think it goes the other way sometimes, where there are people who are yearning for a change, and they see people talking about topics that are connected to that and that are important to that, and they want that person, that face, to be the one that does it. And it's like, that's not how it works. that can't be how it works. Like, and I've certainly felt that pressure at times. I've talked about, you know, there's been a lot of discourse over the years about, like in the trans community, about like trans figures who rise to a level of prominence and then experience like an incredible amount of hostility from certain aspects of the community, sometimes to the point where it's like life destroying. And I think that's kind of a similar effect where it's like, there is so much desperation in the world and there's so much pain that like when you see someone gain a type of success, it's perceived as the success. That is, you have the power to, you're holding the chaos emerald that could start the revolution, but we're not. And you have to kind of remember that even the greatest of us is usually at the end of the day, just someone who's passionate and talking to the camera in their studio or bedroom. Like, we only have so much power. As much fun as we might have, like, yeah. And like, I feel like this applies even beyond just streamers and to other types of stuff. But like, it's especially true for streamers and YouTubers of the political bent, where it's like, you know, you're talking about this stuff a lot, and it can create the illusion that like, that a movement hinges on a single person, but I just don't know if it does. And I think that like, if we remember that, it might bring down some of the hostilities just a little bit, and also make clear the people who are kind of like lying to your face, because there are people that do that. Like I said, I mean, like, I grew up in a cult. I'm very familiar with, like, through my life, as a result of living my life and escaping that environment, I've become very attentive to like cult leader type behavior. And that shit definitely exists online. It absolutely exists, where people are just like, yeah, I am your answer. I am your God. Like, give me your money because I'll save you. And they never do. They can't. They're just a person. So, yeah. Hope that makes sense.
No, that made perfect sense. Like, also I do see you're kind of I have a sort of projection of exactly where the next two videos probably I do on this land, and you've kind of already almost like spoiled it a little bit, like my own actual opinion there, but I think we're very much on the same wavelength there.
Yeah.
And unfortunately I do have to go.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But I would also like would be open to like a future discussion. Like, this was extremely
I'm sorry that the
fruitful, and I
scheduling
learned a
was
lot.
like kind of weird. I just blanked while I was reading your email, and like,
It's okay.
we could have had more time, but this has been a great convo so far, and yeah, I'm totally open to it. And you mentioned you were going to talk to some other like streamers and creators in the space, which is also really exciting. I'd be looking forward to that. But yeah, if you ever want to talk again, like, we can set up another time, because I'd love to talk about this and other topics more. Maybe after your other videos come out, we could talk again. That might be really exciting.
Yeah,
and cool.
that'd be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'd be totally down. Yeah, it was super nice to meet you.
Yeah, likewise.
All right.
I felt like this was awesome. Have a wonderful
Yeah,
day.
totally.
Sorry to run it up
You
against
too.
the clock so tight.
No worries. Take care.
Bye for now. Hey, that was a great conversation. Unfortunately, we had. Oh, hold on. Did my sound go? Okay, there we go. That was a great conversation. I'm sorry I had to come to an end, but yeah, that was. We ran up against the time a little bit. But I enjoyed that. By the way, thank you, all of the Voshsters who've come on over to the website, demonmama.com/live. We're about to be reacting to another essay critiquing BreadTube, which is going to be pretty interesting. I'm hoping we can get all the audio working, because I've been having a couple of issues with my audio. But anyway, that was just a conversation with Sisyphus55, who made the video, "The Revolution Will Not Be Live Streamed." And I quite liked that conversation. I am very happy that I decided to approach Sisyphus's video in charitably, because I do think that Sisyphus is coming from a good place. Yeah, I like that a lot. I think Sisyphus is a very good faith actor. Link Hard says, I hated his latest video, but I didn't know you were interviewing him and missed the convo. Well, actually, he was kind of interviewing me. But it did kind of go both ways, but that's kind of how they go. What the hell? Why am I getting... Are you guys, why am I getting jelly? Do you see this? Wait, did you see that? What? I'm getting screen tears. What the fuck? What is going on? It's the fucking screen tearing. What the hell is happening? Why? Hold on a second. Where is the... Oh, it killed. It went kill. Oh, wait, how about now? Oh, I'm still getting it. What a mess. What a horrible mess. I wonder if I could do a hot swap really fast over to my normal setup. It would have to be like, I would have to do it in like, oh, it's only on my end. Okay, that's good news actually. Wait, if the screen tearing is only on my end, that means that it's OBS's preview and not the actual video. Oh, you do. Some people are seeing it. Okay, whatever. We'll fix it next stream. You'll have to deal with the scuffed stream this stream. Cope about it, seethe, whatever. Wait, for real? Is this for real? Hold on, I gotta turn off the guest text. Hearts of Iron 4? A Hearts of Iron 4 mod where they have Vosh as one of the revolutionary leaders of the Pacific Northwest faction. That's incredible. All right, that's amazing. I'm sorry. That's genuinely incredible. All right. Oh man, they have Oz too. Oh no. The great leader of the People's Arab Lebanese National Socialist Republic. Oh my God. Oh, okay, this is so silly. This is so silly. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, that's so silly. Okay, everybody, if you are here, we have 400 viewers and we only have 200 likes. 200 likes. We only have 200 likes. Please slam that like button on the stream. And if you are not subscribed, please press subscribe. Let me read my donos real quick, and then we are going to move on to another segment. Today is going to be a slightly shorter stream, but that's okay. We just had a stream the day before, so don't get bummed. We're going to be doing fun stuff. Oh no. Oh, my setup. Why did I have to do this to myself? Whatever. Okay, donations, all right? We got to do donations. First of all, Appalachian Anarchist. What's up, Demon Mama? Fresh from Vosh and digging the horns. Glad to have you back and better than ever. Thank you. I do feel like my streams lately have been better than ever. Thank you so much. Fantradath. Have a good day, y'all, with the $5. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. And now let me check the website donos, because I know I got some website donos. Let me bring this up real quick. Oh, thank you, Too Clever by Half. Uncle Gumbald with the tier 2 sub. Boomer, I was there, Gandalf. I was there, the stream went secret. Mama mauled mama, cast it into the fire, destroy it. Sus. No. Sus. That was amazing. Derpy Voodoo with the $5. First time donor, been consistently watching since the Death Stranding gaming streams. I'm excited for this one. Are you in the Wingspan Oceania expansion beta going on now until the 9th? No, but I will be now that you've told me. I didn't even know it was going on. Thank you so much. Gayest Winston with the tier 1 says the imp who knows. Koopa Tetsudo with the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. Princess Wand says, you're not streaming right now, but I'm donating to ask you to please have the editor level the audio for the videos. The intro is loud and the voice is abnormally quiet. Okay, I'll look into that. Thank you. I've been streaming for a little over an hour. Also, Dingus Chan the second with the $5 super chat. Genuine question, but do you think toxic masculinity has an effect, as an influence on people's decisions to be trans or non-binary? Yes, it does. Absolutely does. Toxic masculinity complicates the entire gender equation by a lot. Because people aren't able to, because they see them, because they're so afraid of being invalidated on their masculine traits, they won't acknowledge any non-masculine traits that they have. They'll sometimes even actively suppress them, which means that somebody who might actually have all kinds of traits from all across the gender spectrum might suppress them just because they're afraid of being punished for it. So yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh my goodness. It's a good question. Oh my God. I'm so bummed that I had to restart the stream at the beginning. Okay, I'm gonna rant for a second. This might be boring, but I don't give a shit. Suck it up. You're here for me and not for anything else. Suck it up. I'm gonna rant more. I had to restart the stream because I stupidly forgot to plug in my camera, and that is the most annoying shit in the entire goddamn world. It's so fucking annoying. Why do they have to make it so hard? Why can't I just, there should be a button that lets you, press on YouTube that's just technical issues, that keeps the stream live and waits for input, so that you can just hop over and make the changes necessary without ending the stream and losing all of your likes and viewers. So goddamn annoying. I should probably send out a notification to the Discord that we moved to a different stream, because the link is not going to be the correct one. I'm going to do that right now. Hold on a second. Everybody who's watching right now, ignore the ping you're about to get. Actually, don't go look at it, but don't worry about it, okay? How do I do this? Oh yeah, here's the easiest way to do this. I'm gonna send a ping out because I don't care. It's my Discord channel. You can't tell me what to do about it. Bam. There we go. All right, we fixed it. God, streaming makes me so mad. It's so fickle, and it costs you so much. Cherry says, hello, Demon Mama. I love this politics content stuff, but when do we get to the Dark Souls? Soon. We have one more politics content thing to do, and then, yeah. Do you not have Discord on your stream box? No, I have it as its own little window. I don't know why I prefer it that way. Maybe, I don't know. It just seems less glitchy. Kaboka with the tier 1 sub says, re-upping my super sporadic sub, but you're still my favorite streamer and community by far. Mama Mald. Also, JF Gariepi allegedly killed his wife. Okay, I did hear about this. Should we talk about this? I feel like I need to do a drama mama on it. Maybe, I think I'm gonna prep a drama mama for next stream, and we'll do a drama mama on this, because honestly, I really want to get the facts straight. But yes, there is a question. It is possible. It is a possible thing. Is there enough for a drama mama? Yeah, because he went on stream and was talking about it. It was apparently being really, really weird. He went on a stream recently and was talking about how he was like, my wife is like 007. He's like 007. If she want to not get caught, she will not get caught. It's very fucking weird. For those who don't even know who JF Gariepi is a French Canadian white supremacist. Yeah, he's kind of a weirdo. It's really messed up. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think it's that wife, Posadas John, but I'm not 100% sure. See, this is why I need to do the, Wait a minute, I watched your one's last stream. That was another stream. Anyway. Based Aardvark. Aardvark says, boss makes $1, I make a dime, so I'm hopping on the DM stream on company time. Based. True, Silent. I'm so sorry. I'm trying not to, but I have to. I have no choice. Wait, the one who disappeared is one of his string of severely mentally disabled young wives? I don't think she's the same one as last time, but she is also legally disabled. What? What? Okay, this is why I need to do a drama mom on it. We have to stop talking about this because I'm gonna fuck up and then he's gonna be like, I will sue you. I will sue you. You fucking American scum, I will sue you. Kaiser K says, appreciate your show, DM Mama. Glad you're back. Happy to be back. Kaboka says he's dated more than one severely mentally disabled women. It's the worst thing ever. It is love, you idiot! It is love! Oh my god. Wait, Mama, you chew ice? I do sometimes. It's a bad habit, I know. It's not good for my teeth, but... Why is it saying that my audio bitrate is messed up? Is that true? Is that Italian? No, Italian is, Mamma mia, how are you doing? That's Italian. YouTube is yelling at me that my audio is fucked up, but it's not. It's not. Patreon changed its logo to a blob? No, come on. This can't be real. That can't be. Whoa. What? Hold on a second. That can't. Oh, no. Everything's goofed up. Everything's. Oh, no. It's all fucking chopped. Oh, no. I need to shrink it down a little bit. Here we go. There we go. This is real? Oh, man. They got him with the bean. I wish I could do the bean voice. They hit him with the bean. Oh. Where's the bean meme? Hold on, I have to do the bean meme. Oh, what the? Oh no, this is all messed up. Okay, I don't trust. Oh yeah, here we go. Is this the one?
Alright, y'all, check it out. I'm in Chicago, right? I pulled up to the bing. What the fuck? Alright, y'all, check it out. I'm in Chicago, right? I pulled up to the bing. What the fuck?
True! True! Bean. That's what I'm thinking of. Olivia Bean says, did I miss the Sisyphus convo? Yeah, you just have to rewind. All right. All right, we got some memes, and then we're gonna do the video, and then we gotta play some Dark Souls, and then I'm gonna wrap up because I already did a bunch of really long streams this week, so I can't do like a 9-hour stream tonight or I'll die. All right, let's do this. Let's check it out. Let's check it out here. This is a new genre. We moved into a new graphic setting. This is Soul Calibur? No, this isn't Soul Calibur. This is Ultimate Muscle. This is a game in 2008? This looks pretty damn good for 2008. Wiener! All right. Pretty strong. I like the part where they screamed wiener. That was my favorite part. All right, here we go. We got a Sonic video. All right. Yeah, okay. I'm feeling it. All right. Nah, I don't think so, Vox Syndicate. Pretty decent. All right. It's time, everybody. We have to do our next part. All right. We have to watch a video together. We're going to do a react, okay? I know, all the good emotes, right? I know. Subscriptions are powerful. By the way, if you are here and you haven't pressed the like button or subscribed, smack both of those buttons. It's free. And also consider subscribing to my beautiful website where you can get amazing, cool animated emotes. My lovely, lovely imps, we are about to react to a video. Some people have said this is a drama video. Some people have said it's not really a drama video. I know nothing about it except for the very vague things that other people have said. It's a video called BreadTube Has a Patriarchy Problem by the channel Catherine. Catherine is a growing YouTube channel with approximately 12,000 subscribers, so a little smaller than our channel here. And I'm actually super interested to see what Catherine has to say. Okay, everybody's saying that the audio is something. Well, listen, let's be strong together, okay? Let's be strong. Can we be strong together? Can we be strong together? Can we overcome together? Let's be strong, all right? I want to watch this video because I'm interested to hear about that, because I will say that there sure are a lot of there sure is an imbalance in male to female transsexuals creating on the internet. You thought I was going a different direction. No, there's definitely a gender divide on the internet generally, but it continues even into BreadTube, and I think it's important to acknowledge, and I'm interested in this video. I wanted to watch it on my own time, but then I decided, why would I watch it on my own time when I could just watch it with my imps? And that would be more fun. So without any further ado, let's listen to BreadTube Has a Patriarchy Problem by the channel Catherine. And of course, I will link the channel and everything. I mean, I'll link the video right here. If you ever want to go watch this on your own time or whatever, here is the link to the video. Yeah. It was the audio in the video. You'll get what we mean. Let's find out. Hold on. I have to keep adjusting the video size so that we can see it, because I'm not on my normal setup. If you guys are like, why does Demon Mama keep having to readjust the video like a noob? Yeah. All right, let's do this. Let's do it. The opinions and arguments in this video are my own and are not meant to indicate the beliefs of those featured in this video. Okay, that's fair. All right, that's fair. That's fair. That's a good start. All right. Disclaimers are good.
Sister outsider, black lesbian poet, Audre Lorde, paraphrase.
I'm gonna turn this up just a tiny bit.
Paraphrasing Paulo Freire wrote, "The true focus of revolutionary change is never merely the oppressive situations we seek to escape, but that piece of the oppressor which is planted deep within each of us." I think on the left in general, we are good at confronting systems of oppression like patriarchy.
Is the audio loud or quiet compared to my voice? I can't tell. Okay, her audio is quiet. Okay, I'll turn it up then. Boop, boop.
As something that is out there in broader external structures, but we give very little attention to the pieces of the oppressor that are planted within ourselves and our movements, so that we end up replicating in our worldviews, frameworks, ways of being, actions, and consciousnesses the exact same systems we seek to destroy. So this video is about the ways in which I see the patriarchy planted within the people and community of BreadTube, and how we can begin to recognize and eradicate the seeds of oppression within ourselves and our movements. For those who don't know, BreadTube, otherwise known as LeftTube or left-wing YouTube, refers to the creators and community around left-wing content online. Whilst most of what I say can be universalized to leftist movements in general, I'm going to be focusing specifically on the far left side of BreadTube, because I think this is the most important platform for the sharing of radical subversive thought that would otherwise in mainstream media be censored or shut down.
Wrong! That's us, the streamers. We're the real ones. We're the better ones. We get more views than you. Just kidding. Just joking. Obviously, that's just a meta joke because of what we were talking about, you know. Wait, was there a photo? Was there a Vosh jump scare? Did I miss the Vosh jump scare? Is it RedTube or BreadTube? Shut up.
Do here is incredibly important, and failing to address patriarchy on the left could have fatal consequences for our movements.
Valhalla Video says, Vosh watched this video for 2 minutes and then criticized her speaking style. That's because Vosh is a Britophobe. And to be honest, can you blame him? Okay? Can you blame him? As Vosh is a red-blooded American, it is the right of every American to permanently hate every British person for what they did to us. You know they tried to tax us without giving us any representation? Do you understand that they tried to do that to us back in 1776 and we will never forgive them? Their children, their children's children, their children's 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 children will always bear the curse of Americans going, we refuse to clap for you. When we land in Heathrow Airport in London, we refuse to clap when the plane touches down for what you did to us. Yeah. Let's continue.
FD Signifier made a brilliant video about the racist framework that underpins BreadTube, so I'll be focusing mostly on patriarchy today. That being said, as Professor Kimberly Crenshaw pointed out in 1989, capitalism, white supremacy, patriarchy, and so on are intersecting systems.
Ignore that I just disappeared off the corner of the camera. I definitely wasn't desperately adjusting my bra because it was ripping the piercing out of my nipple. Don't worry about it, okay? If you are mad at me, then that's because you have a patriarchy problem.
Of oppression, so this video will inevitably be imperfect and incomplete. I'm also going to be making some generalizations about BreadTube. Of course, there are always exceptions. On top of that, I'm white, cis, able-bodied, European, so if there are perspectives I'm missing, please share them with me in the comment section. I'm not going to be calling out specific people or using clips as evidence of what I'm talking about, because I think that just results in defensiveness, drama, and moves the discussion to a few bad apples. When in reality, I think there is a whole ecosystem creating this phenomenon, and we are all complicit to varying degrees.
Okay, I think that this could be a strong or a weak starting point, but I am thinking, based on what she has said so far, that this is going to be a strong starting position. And the reason why I say it could be either is that sometimes people say, I'm not going to be naming names or using clips, and then they just sort of spend the entire video subtweeting like 2 people, and I think that that can be cowardly. But I genuinely don't think that's what's happening here. I think that this is actually an attempt to address the problem, and I'm gonna hold out hope that that's the case. Yeah, so, yeah. This is just my prediction based on the way that she's explained this beginning section. I'm gonna say this is probably a strong move. It's actually interesting. Part of the reason why I wanted to watch this after the conversation that we just had with Sisyphus55 is because I had a feeling that conversation would be productive and that we would end up talking about the ways in which you can have disagreements with other lefties while still remaining productive and useful and good. Yeah. Uncle Gumbald says BreadTube has a patriarchy problem, almost like it's a problem everywhere. Yes, but again, if BreadTube is seeking to be a platform for forwarding liberatory leftist politics, then it's important that BreadTube grapple with its own problems, right? And it's true, it is a problem, but like it can be really bad, okay? I've talked about this. If you are a movement that is pitching yourself especially if you are a movement that is currently led by people who don't necessarily belong to a group or belong to only one subsection of a group, and you are pitching yourself as an avenue for liberation to a large marginalized demographic, it's fairly important that you actually build trust and also actually address the issues that group takes seriously. Otherwise, that group simply won't support you and you will not be able to accomplish what you want to do. It's a give and a take. So I think conversations like this are actually really important because they help movements of whatever type and whatever size, even ones like YouTube movements, self-reflect and make improvements. Correct, yes. Silent says, plus the fact that patriarchy is everywhere isn't exactly an excuse to refuse to try to just deconstruct patriarchy in specific spaces. Agreed, agreed. Let's continue.
This video isn't about making anyone feel guilt or blame. It's an invitation for introspection. This is crucial, scary, challenging, but ultimately deeply rewarding and transformative work. So what do I actually mean by internalized patriarchy or the patriarchy that lives within? Well, gender is not inherent, fixed, or innate. It is a social construct that from birth assigns us binary roles of either a man or a woman. These roles are socialized into us at
feminine, masculine, submissive, dominant. Oh my god. Okay, this last one, I saw this last one. Takes forever to do anything. Masculine takes 2 seconds to shower. I'm sorry. Okay, this is gonna be a bit of a distraction, but I have to give credit to SDL here. I don't know if Sock Done Left is in chat. I know that sometimes SDL is here, but for some reason this just made me think of this Sock Done Left tweet from last night. Here's Sock Done Left tweeting this one. Just gonna lean over and let this little poot out. And there's this guy who says, the fuck is that smell? And then these guys over here say, that biker guy smells like shit. And then it says society. And this is true. You could make this same meme and put it over gender, okay? I read this meme at like 3 a.m. last night and it literally made me cry laughing, and it's gonna do it again. What the fuck is that smell? That biker guy smells like shit. Gender. Fucking true. Listen. Fucking pretty women can smell like shit too, alright? Trust me. I've encountered some, alright? Some very beautiful women who smell like fucking shit. Listen to me. You're trying to tell me that those fucking Gwyneth Paltrow goop user people who put like rotten eggs in their vagina don't smell like shit? You telling me? Let's continue. I know I'm distracting from this very serious video, but
either a man or a woman. These roles are socialized into us at every level of society, from our families, education system, media, and governments, such that it might not only become what we think, but
Posadas John says, no, the eggs are expensive stones like jade. Yeah, but they're porous. That's the problem. That's why. They're dangerous. They're dangerous. Nut says, now this is theory. Clowworm in YouTube chat says, a man farts, no one bats an eye, but if a woman farts, everyone loses their mind. Okay, all right. Okay, everybody. Let's get serious now, okay? We have to focus. Okay, let's get serious, okay? We're not being good right now, okay? All right, let's go. That biker guy smells like shit.
how we think. This harms women as the subordinated group, queer people who don't fit the gender binary, and less discussed is how this also harms men. In How Can I Get Through to You, family therapist Terence Real calls this early indoctrination into patriarchal thinking the normal traumatization of boys. The way we turn boys into
True.
men, he writes,
True.
is through injury and violence. We force men to wear a mask of a false self and reward them for this act of soul murder. We sever them from their capacity to emote, to feel, to be vulnerable. We subject them to sadomasochistic power struggles designed to turn them into patriarchs. Their suffering is as concrete as empirically observed trends of poor health, alienation, overwork, shallow relationships, and unaliving themselves. So when I talk about BreadTube internalizing patriarchy, the core of what I'm getting at is the wounds, the traumas that we carry inside of ourselves that result from this coercive indoctrination into patriarchy. This pain is internalized, it festers and gets projected outwards in subtle yet pernicious ways. Women's work alongside other marginalized groups is everywhere undervalued, undermined, and underestimated, especially when women step into the traditional domain of men like politics, and BreadTube is no exception. And I know some of you will be thinking, well, aren't some of the top BreadTube creators women? How can you say women's work is undervalued? But just because some women manage to prevail in these political spaces does not mean that structural exclusions do not exist. Politics at every level, grassroots, in the media, and institutionally, has always been controlled and dominated by white cis men. They get to dictate what are considered valid ideas.
But the people who react by being like, oh, but there's 2 or 3 successful marginalized people at the top of a sub niche on YouTube truly miss the point, and they don't realize it, but they sound exactly like the people who are like, whoa, there's like a black character in a Lord of the Rings movie, and they're like, oh, this wokeness taking over everything, when it's like, for the last 100 years, every single role in every single movie was played by white people, because of unless it was like a background role or a minor character or something humiliating, and then they like have a bad reaction to like a black person being. It's the exact same thing. It's the exact same mentality when people go like, oh yeah, well what about ContraPoints? It's crazy, especially if you, oh my God, especially if you are pointing at the space that's like the most critical of patriarchy in this particular instance, because what we're talking about, the space that's most critical of patriarchy on the entire internet has like a slightly better ratio, and then people go, look, the problem's solved. Meanwhile, it's like that SpongeBob meme where he's pointing at like the dirty diapers hidden in the wall, and it's the rest of the world. It's so silly. Yeah. Well, actually, I don't know. Well, yeah, that's complicated. Yeah, sorry, everybody. We reached our quota. You get to have your one successful person. And that's, you got to wait 100 years for the next one. Silly.
Ideas, topics, and paradigms around politics. That which operates outside of this box is not given the same status or validity. What is accredited correct ways of doing
That's also true, Silent. Yep, that's also true.
Politics is then reinforced at every level of society. White cis men then choose like-minded people to work with and promote, and the cycle continues. So unless we intentionally do the work to dismantle the worldview born out of this, what we consider valid ways of doing politics will still be rooted in a racist and misogynistic framework. On BreadTube, I see this framework manifest in how non-men creators and non-white creators have a much harder time being taken seriously or being seen as intelligent, competent, or committed. I think women's work is much more frequently written off as liberal, reactionary, bougie, revisionist, idealist, or apolitical. Whereas men from the same backgrounds and demographics creating similar types of content are not. And of course, most of us will never consciously, explicitly think women have less to offer, but biases are revealed when you see who we share, who we work with, who we watch, what theorists we are encouraged to listen to, what books we are recommended to read. It seems to me we are given a very prescriptive, homogeneous, white man list of voices that are considered worthy of our time. Black feminist writer Bell Hooks has talked about how this can become a vicious cycle. You're so used to seeing your experience as default that you don't even know that your perspective is limited in the first place.
I read all kind of work. I read patriarchal men whose work I love. And how is it that they can live without reading our work, without wanting to hear our voices, even if it's just to be nosy, to wonder what those people are thinking? You know,
this is such a good point, and this was actually something I was going to comment once we got to the end of this segment, which is that the part. Obviously, I think Bell Hooks is probably putting it a little better than I could, but just a little. But like, people don't know what they're missing out on. Like, they literally don't. There's this problem where it's not just the creators who reinforce this, but audiences. For example, if you were just to do an experiment, even in BreadTube, and have a trans woman and a cis man both start their channels at the same time with the same level of production and the same quality, general quality of commentary and whatever, it's just it is just very easy to see that lots of people just by default will gravitate towards the cis man because they will perceive it, because of their pre-existing biases, as more authoritative, more motivating, more real, less frivolous. This is just a thing. And obviously you can never have a truly perfect scientific experiment of this, but you can see this all the time. There are trans women, like I know personally of trans creators who are fucking knocking it out the park. They are grinding. They're taking their performances to the next level, and they don't even get a fraction of the attention that a mediocre cis creator will get. And not only that, like you can even see this in the levels of burnout and the death of channels that are led by trans people who no longer create, because not only do they not get the positive attention of somebody who might not even be as good at what they're doing as them, but they also get a fuckload of negative attention on top of that as well, and it drives them to completely and utterly stop creating altogether. And like I said, this is not even a problem of the creators themselves, but of the audiences and the biases that audiences are bringing in. And audiences don't realize what they're missing out on. They're missing out on a lot. They're missing out on wonderful things. And it's a tragedy. It's a genuine tragedy. Yeah, exactly. Retcon says it's not even easy to be popular as a cis male content creator anyway. There's a ton of luck of the draw. And then also if you have disadvantages, yeah, it's really difficult. It's difficult to be a creator at all. Vixen points out, when I first started seeing you on panels with Vosh, a lot of people were shitting on you for acting in similar ways that Vosh does. It was the first time I really noticed that people like that act like that. Oh, there's a complete and utter double standard. There were panels in which I would be significantly less aggressive than Vosh, and I would still be told that I was the aggressive one. You want to know what was a real trip recently? Recently, I got a comment on my videos that told me that if I was more authoritative and confident and aggressive like Vosh, I would have more success. And that was just a goddamn, that was a mental, like my brain, I suffered severe psychic damage. I was literally like, because I was like, for years, people just bombarded me saying, oh, why are you so fucking aggressive and annoying? What, you're the most aggressive and shrill and annoying person ever. All you do is fucking yell and be aggressive, and you argue like crazy and don't listen to anybody ever. And now it's like, and now I go way out of my way to be like extra measured, and people are like, yeah, why don't you be more like Vosh? I'm like, oh. Anyway, it just makes me just a little, it makes me jokerfied just a little bit. You know, basically I'm like,
what do you mean?
Anyway, let's go. Let's continue.
Now, part of the construction of dominator privilege is you don't have to think about what are those other people thinking, feeling, hoping, dreaming. And I think part of transformation is when you open yourself to wanting.
President Sunday said some nice things about you on his Keffels Brianna Wu video. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't even talk about that. That's really nice to hear. Thank you. Silent says there's a bit in the Barbie movie that's a rant about how impossible it is to actually be a woman, and that really, it's like poetry, you know? Yeah, it is. All right, let's continue.
To know what those people that are not like you are doing, thinking, being.
And this process of devaluation and scrutinization is not a passive process either. It seems to me there's often a violent backlash against women and other marginalized groups who are successful as a way to put them back in their place. Professor Flowers, ContraPoints, Mexi, Lindsay Ellis have all received an onslaught of attacks, harassment, and misogyny. But where is the same level of hatred, vitriol, and deplatforming of the often far more harmful, frequent, and very platforming all received? Professor Flowers, ContraPoints, Mexi, Lindsay Ellis have all received an onslaught of attacks, harassment, and misogyny. But where is the same level of hatred, vitriol, and deplatforming of the often far more harmful, frequent, and verifiable wrongdoings of white cis men?
Okay, guys, okay, look, I'm gonna be 100% real with you for a second, okay? I need you people to listen to me for just a moment. Look, I know that some of you have a little worm in your brain that when you hear the words Professor Flowers, you go, and it activates like the fucking Marburg virus yesterday when they sent out the 5G rays, and you suddenly go, and you need to go and attack and shit. But guys, think about it for just a second, okay? Just put your attachment to a drama aside for a minute. I think that a lot of what Professor Flowers said was fucking stupid and drama baity and cringe and bad, okay? But you guys know just how much anger, this was just demonstrated in the chat, how much anger there is against Professor Flowers when there are right now in lefty spaces people who are so much worse and have way, I'm talking orders of magnitude bigger platforms currently behaving like complete heinous shitheads that do not receive the same amount of vitriol. People, I know that you might be triggered by this being mentioned, but it is simply true that people are way more likely to burn the same the same, no, less bad behavior. Bad behavior, but bad behavior to a lesser degree will result in this much burning versus somebody else that gets away with it. I'm sorry. It's just, you guys just need to acknowledge it, okay? You need to be real about it and fucking take the worm out of your brain for a minute. No, this person is pretending Vosh gets zero hate and zero pushback. No, I don't think that's true at all. In fact, I was thinking of other people in these spaces who fit the definition of white cis men who whose audiences completely and utterly enable them. Yeah, Mixed Dizzy, perfect point, Mixed Dizzy. Mixed Dizzy says, a good example, I think, is if you compare Vosh antis to each other. People don't tend to hate Hakeem anywhere near as much as they hate Luna. Perfect example. There have been some absolutely deranged dude Vosh haters over the years who have not seen the same level of just, I'm ready to go to fucking war. This person is a stupid, annoying bitch. I'm sorry, there is a bias. There's a bias, I'm sorry. There's a bias, and you guys have to acknowledge it. I'm not saying that people are wrong for disliking Professor Flowers. I criticized Professor Flowers on 2 separate videos at the time. You can't get mad at me about this shit. It's not like I'm stumping out here for Professor Flowers, but there is a fucking bias. I'm not defending, Too Clever by Half says, I'm not defending Vosh here. I just don't like genocide denial no matter what package it comes in. That's true. I'm not talking about the fact of not liking it. I'm not even talking about the fact of renouncing it. I'm talking about the level, the magnitude. The magnitude, okay? Oh, sorry, you said Lua. Professor Flowers. Oh, that's definitely true as well. M Dragon in YouTube chat says, Vosh himself has acknowledged this bias in his own audience, if I remember correctly. Yes. I know he has. This is why I'm saying it's not always a problem with the creators themselves, though sometimes it can be. It can be an issue with the audiences, how the audiences are primed. Vosh I have been present in Vosh streams when Vosh has been like, chat, can you stop being so fucking sexist and cringe? It's fucking weird. And it's something I think that anybody who's gonna be honest and fair can acknowledge this. Can acknowledge that this does happen. Yep. All right, we need to continue the video. Let's continue.
To me, this double standard is not only indicative of internalized race.
Apilla says this is unironically a great example of implicit bias. Yep, I think so. Yep, I think so. I think this is perfect.
Racism, transphobia, and misogyny, but also how when women step out of line in terms of gender expectations, they are targeted as a way to say, get back in your lane, you're encroaching on our territory. And the sad thing is, many do get put in their place. After the violence they received, Mexi left Twitter, Professor Flowers rarely uploads, Lindsay Ellis left YouTube, and ContraPoints has been on and off both platforms. As in so many other men-dominated work fields, we are once again silenced, invisibilized, and so fade into obscurity. What often ends up happening in this context is that in order for non-white cis men to survive and be taken seriously on this platform,
Was it sexism that made Lindsay leave? Abso-fucking-lutely, that was a part of it. If you watch I know that it's not, I know re-uploads are available. The original isn't available anymore. But if you go and watch the Lindsay Ellis video where she goes through her cancellations, you will realize that so much of it is just sexism. So much of it is just, I'm mad that that a woman said something that could be interpreted as edgy, even though it wasn't even edgy in most cases, and they would not behave the exact same way if it was a male creator who did that. I'm serious, you guys. Like, oh man, I feel like I'm coming up against some audience cope here, and I'm not trying to, like, obviously I'm talking to an audience as a whole, so you don't have to feel like, you should introspect, but you don't have to personally feel like I'm targeting you and blaming you as an individual, each one of you that's watching. But like, guys, it's crazy. Okay, there are, oh my God, like, I don't even know, like, without even bringing up specific examples, there are so many guys who roll around edgy jokes all the time and do not face a complete shitstorm for it. And also, you can just see at how crazy the derangement gets towards these people. The shit that was directed towards ContraPoints, no matter what you think of ContraPoints, it's like the most incredible focusing laser of anger and hatred. And that basically never happens to a creator on an equivalent size of ContraPoints. And even if it does, there's another thing, there's another aspect to it, okay? That people aren't talking about here, which is that that often a cis guy can survive a cancellation that a marginalized person like a trans woman cannot. Because if a trans woman gets canceled for a certain thing, there's nowhere else for them to go. Whereas a cis guy can just start pivoting to a more edgy audience that is explicitly discriminatory and will explicitly look the other way. And I'm not saying that you should be able to pivot to worse things. I'm just pointing out that that's a real thing, and it does impact the world, and it does absolutely mean that the deck is stacked on an individual survival level towards marginalized people. People are willing to basically look the other way. Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying you personally were coping. I'm just trying to explain, because I'm seeing a lot of sentiments in chat. You could talk about Russell Brand. All right, let's continue.
Start to self-censor ourselves to cater our content to a white male audience, especially as it's more lucrative to do so since men make up the majority of BreadTube viewership. So we might start to create dry, theory-heavy content, taking a hard stance about capitalism and class, burying our emotional selves, and making ourselves as attractive as possible to the male gaze.
There's your answer right there, Straw Hat Monty. Straw Hat Monty asks, is there anyone stopping Contra from videos other than herself? I feel like if she uploaded, she'd be fine. Right there. What was just explained right here, the pressure that starts to mount up on how you talk about your videos. Your videos are no longer just, you lose confidence in your ability to create. This is something I've experienced. I've talked about this explicitly on stream, where as time has gone on, I've felt more stress about streaming because I don't feel like I can speak as freely as I used to think. When I first came into the space, I didn't have all of this, like, there wasn't like a paranoia floating over me that was going, oh my God, they're gonna get you for this one. Oh my God, do you remember what happened when when somebody jumped on you and misinterpreted that? And so it builds up over time, and the ability to create gets harder and harder because you spend time rewriting and rewriting and rewriting and rethinking and going, oh, I didn't do that quite right. It starts to suck the joy out of creation. It starts to make you burn out.
Lexi has spoken about how when she first started uploading, she made more off-the-cuff.
Wow. I have not pre-watched this, by the way, but wow. This is literally what I was just talking about.
Casual videos. But after the sexist comments and harassment she received about using filler words and her presentation, she slowly started to curate her videos to be more in line with the BreadTube acceptable masculinist content. And I'm often getting well-intentioned advice to be louder, more dominant and assertive in my videos, aka act more like a man. In other words, it's the same thing we've constantly seen.
I don't know if I agree with that framing. But yes, that is what most people mean when they say that. I don't think that it's actually true that like men are more aggressive, but that is what people mean when they say that.
With feminism since its inception, rather than getting us all to value non-cis men ways of being, the onus is on women to aspire to the ways of being and values of men. Feminist author Susan Green put this really succinctly in a Rev Left Radio podcast episode when she said,
"The women's movement, like so many, I think, movements for social change, make a very correct observation, which is there's something wrong here. And there was something really wrong with the way things were. The problem was the solution, in my opinion, was not correct. The solution was, in order to solve this problem, we as women have to become more like men." And so women entered the workforce and kind of left the home and adopted the values of patriarchy. And so although the women's movement ended up creating a lot of what I call patriarchs in drag, because the values of the feminine still continue to be undervalued. What happened through the women's movement is the being realm, the inner realm, emotion, connecting, intuition, the body, which had always been considered second class, it was still considered second class. And so we just get a continuation of all the problems of patriarchy. What I began to understand is the external patriarchy is bad enough, but inside of us, we all have an inner patriarch. And until we address the inner patriarch, I don't think anything's going to change. And for me, the problem with the women's movement was the inner patriarch never got addressed.
and
I don't 100% agree with all of the wording there, but I think I understand what's being said, which is that things that are traditionally considered feminine are still stigmatized, and that the women's movement was basically forced to as the only position, as a terms of liberation, to say if you want to be liberated, well then you have to abandon these traditionally feminine things which we still stigmatize. I don't 100% agree with the wording from Susan Green, but I think charitably I understand what she's saying.
So at this point, some of you are probably thinking, well, my work just isn't that good. I'm just bitter. And perhaps there is some truth to that. I still have a lot to improve on, and not everyone is going to like my content, and that's perfectly valid. But I also think it's important to investigate, why do you think this content is not as good? Is it because you're used to associating a strong masculine presence with authority, power, and politics? Are you used to having your worldview mirrored and reproduced so that when you see content that isn't geared towards white male tastes, you feel affronted? What is it within yourself that thinks less of content by marginalized people? Or maybe you're thinking, I just haven't heard of your channels. It's not my fault, it's the algorithm. But why haven't you heard of them? What voices are you surrounding yourself with? What are you telling the algorithm you do and don't want to see?
That's a part of it, but also the algorithm is biased, okay? the algorithm is goddamn biased, okay? Listen to me. Let me tell you, okay? The fucking algorithm, I will watch a Vosh video and the algorithm will recommend me some insane fucking garbage from like center-right channels instead of like the plethora of trans channels that also are connected to Vosh's community and will and talk about similar issues or more explicitly talk about issues that Vosh has touched on. The algorithm is in it of itself curated sexism. Yeah, Rhodes points out you get ads for Epic Times and crap. It's ridiculous. So it is the algorithm does get biased by people refusing to intentionally go out of their reach, but also the algorithm itself was built on biased terms in the first place. Really? The Epic Times puts ads on my videos sometimes? God damn. I wish I could ban those, but it's really hard to do that. Joseph Gray says, yeah, I got recommended a Charlie Kirk video from a Vosh video long before I got recommended a Xena and Poppy video. Yeah. Felixer says, yep, this is true. I only watch leftist or cute animal and crafting content, and I watch about 50-50 men and women, and I still get shoveled right-wing stuff from mostly men content creators all the time. Yeah, it's really bad. It's really bad.
Whose values are embedded in the way the algorithm prioritizes content? And what are you doing to challenge the structural exclusions that might exist?
Dame Vamp says, I watch your videos and the algorithm gives me, and I literally mean this, destiny. Yeah. Part of the reason is because people who are obsessed with people like me will make a ton of videos so that they crowd you out of the algorithm. It's fucking insane. I talked about this explicitly, where people who are insanely obsessed spread misinformation about me and use their already existing algorithm pressure to make it impossible to break into the algorithm. It's stupid and it's fucking malicious.
BreadTube seems to have a general disregard for feminism. Often this manifests in a class reductionism where there's an assumption that as soon as we have a classless society, all other social issues like patriarchy, racism, and transphobia will simply wither away. So a separate push for so-called identity politics is seen as unnecessary and a distraction from the key goal of achieving a socialist or communist society.
Double Chinsey, thank you very, very much for the tier 1 sub. Remember, my channel thrives and lives off of viewer support. So if you are here and enjoying it, consider throwing a few dollars through my website or through YouTube to my channel so that I can continue to pay my bills. And also, if you've been enjoying this, make sure that you press like on my channel and press subscribe. And of course, at the end, I will be asking you to go press subscribe and like on Catherine's channel, as well as leave nice comments. So far, we are about approaching the halfway point of this video, and this video has been very good. So I am very comfortable in saying share the love. Let's continue. Wow, well, that's really good to hear, Allison Albright. Unfortunately, I feel like you might be in the minority, which kind of sucks. Well, that's good at least, Straw Hat Monty. I'm good to hear that. I'm glad to hear that.
Feminism is brought up, it's often used instrumentally as a tool to garner attention to other issues and then conveniently forgotten at other times. Like, it's okay to tokenistically bring up how women are impacted by class, not because you really care about them, but in order to further your agenda of a communist revolution.
Through doing more co-ed organizing, I realized that women's issues were kind of put to the side or not centered enough, or maybe taken for granted or lumped in with the larger political project.
Yeah, absolutely. And I found that to be true as well. In a lot of radical left-wing organizations, there will be sort of an assumption, at least in some organizations, that because we're already radicals, like feminism is already built in, I don't need to spend much time thinking about it or interrogating myself on my blind spots as, you know, perhaps a man in those spaces. And I think that's a critical error that a lot of times ends entire organizations.
Even when BreadTubers aren't outright class reductionists, there's often a subtle class reductionism where people talk about social issues whilst failing to acknowledge how they intersect with.
Also, we should come up with a new term and we should call it Democrat reductionism. And that's when this happens, but it boils down to like, yeah, but we need to organize for the Democratic Party, so shut the fuck up. And it's like, even people will say this even against people who actively encourage their audience, like myself, to go and vote for Joe Biden or whatever. People will be like, shut the fuck up. The word is liberal, yeah, but you know.
Other systems of oppression, like patriarchy. I've done this too. I've made videos about the causes of climate change without acknowledging how climate change intersects with other issues like patriarchy and white supremacy that conditions white men into the conquest, control, and colonization of the earth. And I've made videos about dismantling capitalism without acknowledging that capitalism is a logical extension of thousands and thousands of years of patriarchy based on hierarchy, competition, and power. In the same way, we can't really talk about being anti-police, anti-military, and anti-the Israeli state without acknowledging that the values that undergird this violence are inherently patriarchal. I've also noticed a worrying trend of vulgar anti-feminism, where when feminism is brought up, it's usually only talked about in the context of critique, only ever drawing attention to its worst elements. Of course, there are many things that absolutely should be criticized about many iterations of feminism, like its racism and transphobia, but if our only engagement with feminism is via critique, it gives a lot of leverage to the dismissal of feminism altogether. When I think it's one of the most important movements of the 20th century, we should be able to do both. Be critical, but also open to learning from and being humble torch carriers to this incredible lineage.
So much of left-wing cultural work today is to try to re-show people coming up that actually you do belong to a fascinating, beautiful, gorgeous tradition of radical, you know, feminists and workers and, you know, anti-colonialists and you know, people that stood up to power and wealth and fought back, and many of them laid down their lives for it. And that tradition has been wiped out, but we can reclaim it.
When feminism is talked about in a positive way, another issue I've come across is that only certain forms of feminism are accepted. Leftist men can dunk on right-wing people because they can prove their dominance by inflicting humiliation, pain, or visible signs of inferiority upon others. They can stick up for women being harassed because to do so is protective, chauvinistic, charming. They can take to the streets in abortion protests because to do so is tough and strong. But woe betide the man who rejects masculine conditioning and embraces softness, emotionality, and vulnerability.
This is
or
also
the
true
man
too.
who intentionally works towards abolishing the gender binary. Or the man
Damn.
who
Cooking.
steps forward
Fucking cooking, true.
and takes responsibility for the fact that he has harmed women. In other words, it's okay to display your feminism, but only so long as it reinforces your masculinity and doesn't challenge you in any way. When feminism is so trivialized and undervalued, it doesn't take long before it's thrown under the bus completely. For example, many creators feel justified in sexualizing women, using ironic misogyny, sending their followers on harassment campaigns against women, laughing at feminists, and using words like bitch and slut when talking about women they don't like. It seems there's a pervasive idea that sexism and misogyny are okay as long as it's against the right people. And speaking from personal experience, when everyone else is ridiculing feminism, it can be very easy as a woman to start to distance ourselves from feminism and feminists by resorting to a cool girl mentality, where we're like,
I'm not like other girls. I don't care if you make sexist jokes. I'm not going to call you out or challenge you. I want to be one of the guys. Capitalism and class is the only thing I care about.
Bruh, red scare moment. Fucking red scare moment. Only some of you are gonna even know what I'm talking about, but fucking red scare moment in a nutshell. That entire podcast is basically this right here.
I think this is an understandable survival strategy because we are so frequently accused of making false accusations, being boring, emotional, irrational, or bitchy. In the same way, I also think the dismissal of feminism from a man can also be understandable. If, as a man, you've been told your whole life that patriarchy is a privilege and all you feel is pain, you feel justifiably resentful. And when no one has shown you empathy for your suffering, it's hard to have empathy for others. It can be easy to cling to just focusing on class, the one way you as a man are marginalized, to validate your sense of victimhood. All this to say, I think it's so important we all get curious about where our dismissal or devaluation of feminism is coming from. Do we not mention feminism or identity issues very often? If so, why not? Do we have some form of class reductionism, vulgar anti-feminism, or cool girl mentality? If so, what is it within ourselves that can't hold space for these issues?
Yeah.
How does this manifest in ourselves and our work? And how can we challenge ourselves on that?
This video is really good so far. I'm not gonna lie, I really like this video. And all of the people in chat who said they were like, afraid of this video, honestly, aren't you glad that you stuck around and watched it with Demon Mama? Demon Mama has the bravery to watch the videos that no one else will. That's how you know you're in the good spot. That's why you should fucking subscribe to the Demon Mama.
The majority of BreadTube creates a very masculinist framing of how to create social change. Work done in the traditionally masculine public sphere, like agitating, organizing, direct action, critical mass support, large-scale projects, and violence, is granted more value than work done in the private, domestic, feminine sphere.
Dark Slime says, first time in the Demon Mama live chat. Ooh, woo, oh, whoa. Well, welcome. And also, I've seen a lot of new chatters tonight. Welcome to the live chat. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for being here. I'm sure you are discovering that it's a really cool time to come hang out and that we not only have a lot of fun, I make lots of jokes and make goofs and meme and whatever, but also that I try to talk about things that are super interesting and get your brain juices flowing. Don't forget to subscribe.
Like caring for others, raising the next generation in radical new ways, self-healing, or building the revolution from the ground up. To be clear, I'm not saying there is anything inherently feminine or inherently masculine about any of these actions. The point is that under patriarchy, external, visible work done out there in the world is always granted more importance than work done in the internal, relational, emotional realm. And this creates a situation, in my experience, where many people have great politics in theory, which often doesn't translate into how they live their values on a day-to-day basis with the people around them in the here and now. I also worry that if masculine values dictate the only valid means of engagement, leftist spaces can become incredibly inhospitable to anyone who doesn't fit this very narrow masculinity. For example, my conditioning taught me that as a woman I should be nice, sweet, soft, never angry, never make a fuss. As a result, I've always been pretty pathetic in protests, occupations, direct actions. I'm just not cut out for these types of actions. But I do think my way of being has helped me facilitate transformative justice, provide emotional labor, create leftist art. Does this make me any less of a leftist? I think it's dangerous to valorize certain forms of engagement as inherently superior to others, because it can end up making a large proportion of the population feel like they have no space on the left. And then people wonder.
Too Clever by Half says, she's attacking the wrong thing. YouTube sets the ground rules for engagement. We pay attention to what we like, and you can't blame male YouTubers for this. But she isn't. The title of the video is BreadTube has a patriarchy problem, but BreadTube isn't just the creators. BreadTube is, and we've talked about this on this channel a lot, BreadTube is a consumer category. You don't get to just buy, you don't get to like pick a badge and go, I'm BreadTube now. People lump you into BreadTube whether you even want to be there or not. It's a consumer category, the audience of BreadTube. And I think this entire video has almost exclusively fixated actually more on audiences and reaching out to the audience than to the creators. Although I will admit some of this advice does apply to the creators as well as the audience. Yeah. I think this video is really good at addressing the systemic issues and not pointing the finger at any one person. I'm actually quite impressed by how this video has gone. She talks about certain creators, even if she won't name them, we all know who they are. I don't believe that. I don't think we've seen a single example of that so far. But also, if you believe that to be true, maybe that says something about the creators that you're thinking of. Because I don't think there's like, there have been creators that I've thought of at certain points in this video, but I don't think any of this is like a veiled criticism of a specific creator. Stardust317 says the ironic misogynist comment was absolutely a Voosh reference. I don't know about that. Okay, look, I'm gonna be completely honest. That might be a little bit of your own bias leaking in and your own paranoia. And I'm not trying to be mean, but like, there's multiple really big creators who openly engage in ironic misogyny. Chariot says, by the way, great to see you, Chariot. Always happy to have you. It's always a genuine honor to have you in my chat. I've been trying to be quiet and respectful for this segment, but I do want to say I feel Catherine's video is very one-sided. She says she isn't calling these things inherently masculine or feminine, and that's fine, but there isn't much commentary about how masculine women are hung out to dry. Not to be overly vulnerable, but I felt a little abandoned by this video. It felt like an analytical neglect of how women like myself exist in these spaces, which to be frank has been very hard on me. I see where you're coming from. That's why I brought up earlier the part about how people got super mad at me for engaging in even like a little bit of even small or medium amounts of aggression, and God forbid I go to high aggression like some content creators have built their entire platform off of. If I step into that category, people will freak out and say that I'm like I'm having a meltdown. So yeah, I do think there's a certain thing like that. And by the way, like, I acknowledge that some people read my style as fairly masculine. I do insult people sometimes. I am aggressive in my critiques. I can be confrontational. That's especially true back when I was doing debate content. Maybe I've toned it down a little bit over time. So I completely understand where you're coming from. And maybe I've been a little bit too charitable on certain aspects of this video, just because for me, I kind of read it into the discussions about double standards, where like when it's been discussed that like mask creators can get away with things that femme creators cannot. I kind of understood that to be like, oh yeah, femme creators aren't allowed to show any sort of edge whatsoever. They're not allowed to show any sort of, you know, bluntness or confrontationality. Are those things masculine? They are categorized by society as masculine. Yes. Merrick DeVille says, also wonderful to see you, Merrick. Another person who I absolutely always feel honored to have in my chat. Much love to you. Much love to you. That's been my experience as well, says Merrick. It's okay to do or say anything about me because I'm aggressive. And I think you've seen that. I've absolutely seen that. People treat you absolutely deranged, like the most deranged I've ever seen in some cases, when all you're doing is standing your ground. You're not, you won't even be half as aggressive as the way that some, like, oh my God, on Twitter, there are like lefty dudes who will tweet the most callous and thoughtless shit and get like 1/10 of the garbage that you'll get for being dead right, precise with your language, but being willing to confront somebody on their shit. Mixed Dizzy says, Chariot, I find your opinion helpful here because I dislike how she paints women as being comfortable with ironic misogyny as having internalized misogyny rather than imagining they might genuinely prefer or enjoy edgy humor. I do think that there's some parts of this video that could be further elaborated on, and I'm trying to be charitable. Like, I mean, I have been thinking about the fact that, like, I mean, I do think that there's room for humor and for styles of content that aren't super polished around the edges and avoid all potential problematic languages. Like, I call people stupid, idiots, morons, dullards. I call people fucking slobs, pieces of shit. I even call people bitches sometimes. I call them pussies sometimes too. But I like to think that I do so in such a context that it's fairly apparent that I'm not like I'm not acting on like a level of like extreme misogyny. But I think that in some insults it's very difficult to like avoid any problematic interpretations whatsoever. Basically every insult has potentially problematic elements. Some are worse than others. I call some people cocks, dickheads, all kinds of stuff. Merrick, I will always do my best to have solidarity with you. I think you're based. Posadas John says she also referenced PF being harassed, which the only community and creator I'm familiar with being accused of doing that implies Vosh. Maybe I'm cynical from many vitriolic attacks from leftists who couch it in a holier than thou attitude, and she isn't implying anything. I mean, I don't think she's super implying anything. I think she's just pointing out that there was a deluge of anger against PF. And by the way, it wasn't just Vosh's community, because the PF conversation also continued over into Destiny sphere. And as we know, the Destiny sphere and the Vosh sphere don't exactly get along. But PF got roasted over there as well because she went and did multiple interviews over there as well. Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, I do think that there are. Anyway, not to get too hung up on this, because I want to make sure we still have time to play some Dark Souls after we talk about this video. But I do think that there are parts that this video could elaborate further on. But I think as far as addressing the core argument here, I can understand what's going on with this video. And I think being charitable, I don't think that this video is intended to erase women who get called masculine or whatever. I just think it probably could be a little more robust on that front. I hope that's fair. I do think it's a valid critique of this video, a perfectly valid one. And Chariot, if you make a video on this, I would absolutely love that. So, and I would watch it. I watch every single one of your videos. So, let's continue.
Why so few women watch BreadTube or join leftist spaces. Privileging very public, visible visions of social change also perpetuates the great man theory of history, that real change happens by one charismatic male leader who, through his brilliance, inspires followers and incites the revolution. I don't think anyone on BreadTube explicitly thinks they will be the next MLK, Che Guevara, or Marx, but I think the martyr as a...
I am. Che Guevara, Marx. Who was the other one? Martin Luther King Jr. No. Morons! Compared to me, they're nothing. I am the future.
Che Guevara or Marx, but I think the martyr as opposed to the trickster archetype is still very much alive in our communities. The martyr archetype is serious, macho, hierarchical, perfectionistic, fetishizing suffering and literally dying for the cause. The trickster archetype, on the other hand, is transgressive, fun, light, artful, playful, and doesn't take things so seriously. The right has effectively mobilized the trickster through people like Trump and Boris, who are classic, sneaky, funny, cheeky rule breakers, using tricks and hoaxes. So clearly there's a political appetite for the trickster, and yet the left is still stuck on being martyrs, full of guilt and sacrifice and a better than complex. I just wonder what possibilities...
This is also a Christian problem, by the way. This is a Christianity overlap where martyrdom, self-sacrifice is seen as the correct path. It's interesting because that type of approach, it makes it the easiest to maintain patriarchal power. Because if you're doing a heroic act by dying, it just so helps. It helps that if you convince heroes that the best way for them to do their thing is to fucking die and disappear out of the world, it makes sure that the hierarchical power maintains. But yes, I actually would agree with you, Too Clever by Half. Too Clever by Half says, I think that Vosh is a bit of a trickster and that's why so many lefties hate him. I do think he is. I do think Vosh gets silly with it, and that's one of the reasons why I like Vosh, and I have a lot of fun with Vosh generally.
Could open up for us if we embraced playful exploration instead of rigid dogmas, collaboration instead of individualism, joy instead of misery. I think the trickster achieves more with her vivacity than the martyr does with his solemnity. The martyr approach to social change is also evident in BreadTube as a very intellectual rather than embodied approach to liberation. It's all about proving why you're right and why others should join you via the domain of reason, fact, logic, objectivism, science, and the intellect. There's absolutely nothing inherently wrong with these things, but my concern is that these values are so reified that it leaves very little room for non-material, non-intellectual dimensions to revolution. Many indigenous cultures across the globe, for example, time and time again emphasize how their ferocious spiritual bond with the earth is one of the driving forces behind their resistance movements. Leftist theorists like Sonia Renee Taylor, Adrienne Marie Brown, Bell Hooks, and Audre Lorde emphasize the importance of the emotional dimension to revolution via the power of radical love, trauma work, and pleasure activism. And I think a lot of truth lies in Percy Shelley's statement that poets are the unacknowledged legislators of the world. In other words, yes, we need to engage people via the intellect, but often what persuades and mobilizes people even more is that which touches our hearts and spirits, that which is felt on a visceral, embodied level. But because these things are racialized and feminized as irrational and emotional, they aren't granted the same level of importance. This intellectual dimension to revolution is also evident in the hypersectarianism and dogmatism of the left too, where there are thousands of theoretical debates about which tendency or which theorists make you a real leftist. Of course, I'm not saying accept all ideas willy-nilly. They all to varying degrees deserve scrutiny and critique. My issue is that on BreadTube, theoretical differences all too often devolve into competitive theoretical battles full of machismo, bravado, and ego, tearing each other down over minor differences with an air of arrogance over having won. These approaches allow no room for mutual exchange based on a willingness to listen, learn, and grow, which are considered more feminine actions. It's like they're not really interested in ending oppression. They're interested in being the ones that get to oppress. To me, a lot of this arrogance of privileging our ways of doing social change as inherently superior is also scarily reminiscent of the colonial Eurocentric tendency to export white cis men's views across the globe as the one true way of living and being, rather than the more traditionally feminine humility to say, you know what, we don't know what is best for other peoples and places. What strategies are necessary will differ across cultures and time.
That's true.
A diversity of ways of doing and perspectives and worldviews are healthy. And we should each be enabled to take our unique gifts, interests, passions, and put them into fruition so that everyone can do what makes them most excited and energized. To be clear, I don't think this privileging of masculine action at the expense of the feminine is intentionally or maliciously done. I think men are generally not granted any power within in the internal emotional relational realm, so they have to find power without. So if you haven't been able to prove you're much of a man by being rich, tall, a leader, or sporty, BreadTube can offer an opportunity to assert a patriarchal presence via being a theory bro, a martyr figure, or promoting masculinist forms of revolutionary action. In other words, admiration and influence via a patriarchal online presence can be a stand-in for the love, acceptance, and admiration you may truly, desperately crave. So I think it's really important that we get curious within ourselves and our movements. What is the relationship between the actions we promote, our visions of social change, and our masculinity? Where does this come from? How did it get here? How does this masculinist framework shape discourse more broadly on the left? In what ways are we creating a space that is not safe or welcoming for women and other marginalized groups to be a part of? And what taboos are we creating on the left as to what visions of social change are seen as valid?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there was a lot of very, I mean, I feel like that was very clearly communicated. Nerodia says, is it just me or am I getting more Vosh good than Vosh bad from this video? Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I think this video is coming from a position of love. Like, I think that it's like a very genuine critique out of a desire for people to succeed and for the world to be better. This, in my opinion, is a consummately good faith video. Maybe the best of its type. Like, have we seen another BreadTube has an X problem type video? This is really solid. And I will acknowledge, I think that Chariot's critique is totally valid, but I think this is and I'm not trying to, I can't wait to hear it, because I do recognize that there is some, perhaps unintentional, I would like to hope unintentional, what's the right word? It makes it seem like certain masculine traits in femme creators or whatever is like a bad thing. It's like a pejorative, and I do think that that's something that could be built on more. But regardless, I think this video, what I'm trying to say is this video comes in very good faith. It's not 100% correct on everything, but I think it comes from a very good position and is trying to actively engage with some real issues. Yeah, unintentional implications, yeah. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, do you mind just popping that under there?
Yeah.
Yeah, Fawn, climb under the desk for me. That's right, Fawn. Put it right in there. That's right. Put it in there. That's right, Fawn. Oh, you're struggling to get it in?
No, it's because the HDMI's in that one slot.
Oh, but put it in a different one. Pop it in a different one. There should be one. There should be at least one open. One of them should be open.
Well, it's open in a place where I can't fit it.
It's open in a place where you can't fit it. It's too big?
No, the ones next to it are too big.
Oh, the one next to it is too big.
Wait, I might be able to slide it in.
Yeah, slide it in there.
Might be too much though.
Perfect.
No.
You got it.
I don't.
What?
It's because the HDMI's too wide.
Oh, crud.
It takes up all the space.
Well, what about, hold on. What about, okay, well, we can do without the soundboard. Here, plug it in up front. That's right, put it in the front. There we go. Thank you for plugging in my controller down there, Fawn. I know it was very difficult to get the USB in the correct slot, but I really appreciate you climbing under the desk and plugging in the USB for me.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Let's continue.
So to end this video, I just want to say BreadTube is one of the most significant platforms for the sharing of revolutionary thought. But because we haven't done the work to root out our own colonization into patriarchal as well as white supremacist, cis-normative, capitalistic structures of consciousness, we end up entrenching the same voices, values, worldviews, and ways of being on the left, such that we might succeed at tearing down external oppressive structures and step right into their shoes and become the very thing we sought to destroy. And it terrifies me to think what impact this has in limiting perspectives and actions taken in real life organizing, what ideas and issues are left out and undervalued, and what damage this does in reaffirming that women and other marginalized groups are inherently inferior. I think at this point, people often recommend reading more broadly, listening to women and other marginalized groups, supporting and promoting us. And yes, I think these things can absolutely be valuable, but unless we are getting to the root of the problem, these will only ever be superficial and temporary solutions.
Yeah, I
To
agree.
really root out the patriarchy that lives within requires addressing the fundamental trauma of our conditioning under patriarchy. And this goes for all of us, not just men. As I mentioned at the beginning of the video, patriarchy is a wounding. We all know that hurt people hurt people. Prison abolitionist Danielle Serad has a brilliant expression that no one enters violence for the first time by committing it. Underneath the most patriarchal, oppressive being, there's usually a wounded child crying for help. That's not to excuse or rationalize their behavior, but an invitation to, with love, understanding, compassion, and accountability, self-investigate. I'm curious in what ways patriarchy is living within me. How did it get here? Where did it come from? In what ways did internalizing patriarchy emerge as a strategy of survival? In what ways do I allow this to govern the work that I do, the voices I listen to, and the way I see the world? What is the relationship between my own pain and the harm I am inflicting outwards? How would I actually be able to heal this wounding? How can I make amends? How can I get to the most liberated version of myself? And this isn't just an intellectual exercise to ask ourselves these questions. A lot of it has to be felt too. The poet Robert Bly called on men to set free the wild man within, in the hopes that in a safe space they could let their souls speak, they could weep and howl and create and play and find again the spirit within. To sit, nurture, look at ourselves and each other, the harm that we have caused and our internalization of oppression, not with shame and blame, but as a wounded child that is hurting. It changes the conversation and it changes what is possible. I also don't think this is work that has to be done totally alone. I would love to...
I don't think it can be done alone. I don't think this is the type of thing that can be done alone. I think this only comes from working with other people, that progress and healing only comes in togetherness. Yeah.
See us creating on BreadTube love-based communities to help ourselves and each other grow. If we are replicating oppression in ourselves and our communities, we know there is healing needed there, healing and accountability. To paraphrase prison abolitionist Adrienne Marie Brown, I would love to create communities where, when harm has occurred, we can say, we are flanking you, we have got you, we are holding you, we are attending to your healing, providing a love that can shelter each other's wounded spirits. I think when we really do the work to rid ourselves of that piece of the oppressor which is planted within ourselves and our movements, that is when we on BreadTube and beyond can begin to do our best work. Very much in line with the writer Sonia Renee Taylor's work on radical permission, I truly believe we each have something life is calling into us which is in alignment with the most liberated, authentic, and embodied version of ourselves. In the core of us, the deepest, darkest, quietest, most disavowed parts of ourselves, whether you call it the soul, gut instinct, inner wisdom, spirit, God, or something else, we each know what is true for the contributions that we have to make to this earth. To get to that place of knowing requires us to liberate ourselves from internalized patriarchy. I guess the biggest thing I hope people take from this video is that yes, we must have a rebellion in the world, but also a rebellion in our consciousnesses. Not only dare to take to the streets, but also dare to heal and do the work of relational recovery. Absolutely be loud, ferocious, and angry, but also have the capacity to be quiet, still, look within, feel within, listen within, welding our outward political social revolutions with this deep inner reflection and evolution of our consciousnesses. Thank you so much for watching. I hope this can be a conversation starter. Please do leave your thoughts in the comments below.
Damn.
If you gained something from this video.
Everybody, I'm going to link right now this video, okay? I'm linking the video, all right? It's there. Bam, 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 bam. It's by Catherine, okay? I want you to go over there. You know the drill. You know the drill. Imps, raid with love. Imps, we flood outwards and we show how strong we can be together. And I want you to go click over on that video, leave a like for Catherine, and if you have it in you, if you're brave enough, if you're bold enough, if you're feminine enough to show your love publicly, I would like you to leave a comment down below. Can be anything as simple as a heart to love from Demon Mama and the Imps. Obviously, I always love it when you let them know that you're coming from me, but leaving a bunch of comments would be great, especially because, like I said, this is a creator that's smaller than us. Currently, there are 859 comments. That's actually pretty good. I'm actually pretty impressed with how many comments are on this video, but we can have an impact and do more. So I would like to see us add a whole bunch of love from the Imps, okay? Yeah, I think I can understand that, Retcon. It was the pacing of the video was slow, and it was definitely had a bit of an ASMR feel, but I really liked this video. I really liked this video a lot. And I think this is one of the best like BreadTube critiques that we've ever watched on this channel. It's not without flaws. I will say that I do think that Chariot had a really good point in here. Chariot and Merrick DeVille had a good point that parts of this video can somewhat erase the treatment that that femmes who get perceived as masculine, the treatment that they get, that's like inverse. It's like it gets inverted. Like you're bad because you're a femme who's using masculine traits. It's like you're not supposed to be doing that. What the fuck is wrong with you? But I do think that it's touched on at certain points. Like for example, I think that Catherine does touch on it when she says that that like femme creators get put in their place. I think that, but I do think it could have been elaborated on in a much more effective way. Momoka says, where does the term BreadTube even come from? It sounds kind of cringe. It feels like the word woke. Some people use it as an insult and other people use it as a descriptor. The term BreadTube comes from it's a wink wink nod nod reference to Kropotkin, who is a very early anarchist, a leftist anarchist theorist, and he wrote a book called The Conquest of Bread, and the idea was BreadTube, conquest of bread, BreadTube. That's where it came from. Yeah. Yep. So because they were, you know, it was the left side of YouTube. They would be talking about things like the conquest of bread. They would be talking about the, you know, the breaking bread of the leftists kind of idea. That's where it came from. Yeah, I would actually love that, Kaboka. I would love to talk with Catherine on stream. If any of you are fans of Catherine and know how to bridge that door, I would love that. I would love to have a conversation with Catherine. One of the things I've been, as you all have probably been able to tell, that we have entered the Grand Gardener arc. I talked about this on my comeback stream. I've talked about this fairly extensively, but we exist in a blasted wasteland after a horrible wildfire has gone through. And it is a dangerous place sometimes. So we must wield our gardening tools ferociously sometimes, but we also must know when the time has come to plant and to grow. And we are in the Grand Gardener phase. Damn, we already bumped it up by 40 comments. That's awesome. Anyway, yeah, I really think that this video was strong, and I think it touched on a lot of things without dipping in basically at all to any type of drama farming. I know that some people had a knee-jerk reaction to the discussion of certain figures who have been I guess canceled or whatever, but I think that kind of illustrated the point more. I understand that people have very real reasons to be frustrated with Professor Flowers, but Professor Flowers is hardly the biggest villain of any of these spaces. So yeah. Yeah, look at this. By the way, can I just take a moment and shout out Nuts? All of you in chat, Nuts is praising this video. That's how you know this video, it has to be good. If Nuts is agreeing with me like 100% and is outflanking all of you from the left, that means woo. Woo. Yeah, let me repost the link for anybody who wants to pop over there still. I always want to make sure we show as much love to videos like this as we can. Boink, 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 boink. I don't know about that logic. No. If Nuts agrees with me, you know that it has to be the truth. Because Nuts is basically always trolling me. So if it's so good that Nuts has to put aside trolling me, at least in part, then you know that it has to be a good video. I'll talk about that in just a second, Sirith, don't worry. Cody says, I appreciate the positive sentiment in the video, but I didn't get much of it besides misogyny still exists and can be internalized still. Which true, people act like it isn't an issue anymore. Wait, really? This video had like workbook style questions at the end of each chapter that I think were really good questions to ask. Like, I feel like if every viewer just went to the end of every chapter and typed out even a short answer to those questions, it would lead to some level of personal growth. I really do think this video went above and beyond. Yeah, I can see what you're saying, Retcon. I can see what you're saying. But I do think that like I do think that there's stuff to be gained from this video, and that it really tried to approach this with a productive angle so that you can take at least something away. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I don't think this is like the perfect video or whatever, but it's one of the best that we've seen of this type, of like the BreadTube streamer critique type things. I think it's pretty strong. I do think that there are problems here, and that it is a difficult to root out issue, and I think that the only way that we root out and fix and improve on things like internalized, in things like transphobia, misogyny, sexism, patriarchy, these things that are still present even in lefty spaces, I think the only way we can improve on that is by sort of like lowering the tension, lowering our arms for a minute and going, okay, how do we really address this? How do I address my own things that I do wrong? Can I improve? And if we encourage that type of behavior, I think the result will be very, very positive. Anyway, I don't have much else to say. Most of my commentary I delivered during the video. I highly recommend this video to be shared. I think that a lot of people will gain from this video. Again, the creator is Catherine. I've linked the video a whole bunch. The video, of course, will be linked in the description when the time comes. BreadTube has a patriarchy problem by Catherine. Great video. If you enjoyed this reaction and the discussion and the jokes that happened, I definitely got a little silly in this segment. Talk about being a little bit of a trickster. If you had fun, please make sure that you subscribe to my channel. I am Demon Mama. Make sure that you press like and leave some comments down below because I would love to hear what you have to say to me, in addition to the support that we give out to other creators. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Retcon404 asks, what do you think a cis male content creator who makes non-political content to make people more aware of that patriarchal bias? Reposting the question because I'm fucking selfish. No, I think this is a really good question. So when you're making non-political content, nothing is truly non-political, but I understand what you mean. I think some of the things that can be done is, like, for example, being willing to explore, like in the case of your channel where you do a lot of reviews and stuff, and I'm quite sure you do this already, but being willing to explore material that touches on these topics alone is really, really good, because a lot of people will sort of instinctually avoid media that touches on these subjects, even though they're sometimes really, really good. So going out of your way to enjoy or explore and dive into content that touches on these subjects can be one way. Another thing that you can do is make sure that you're, like, as you community build, that you ensure that your community is a place where people can feel not just safe, but also welcomed, where you know, femme people, women, non-binary people of all types can feel like they can feel like they're free and are going to be safe and have a good time in your community, because what that will mean is that you're going to build a community that is more broad and more diverse, which means your community will have broader conversations about this in the first place. And of course, if issues arise, like, I don't know, like if there's problems in the community or something like that, you can always make sure that you address them directly and tackle them head on, because I think there's an incentive sometimes to bury that stuff. And also, there's always, and I know that this one is kind of the most lib of all of the answers, but you can also make recommendations. When you're in a position to recommend other content creators, it's always good to be able to throw some recommendations that aren't just other cis male content creators. I'm not saying you have to be super tokenizing or anything like that, just it's a good thing to be able to do that. It's a good thing to be able to say, hey, here's 5 creators that I think you should check out, and throw in, you know, some non-cis male creators in there as well. That's kind of a basic, and like I said, that's kind of a basic and lib id poll type thing, but I do think it's important. That's awesome, Retcon, honestly, and of course I've always respected you for that. Retcon says, I've already decided if anyone has a problem with me talking to trans creators or working with any, I would just make a video telling them to fuck themselves and unsub. Based. Kiwi TP says, I think it was especially poignant when I realized that I was initially writing her off just based off her voice, and that ended up being partially the point of her video. It is kind of true. That kind of thing does happen. Like, this video was high quality. I understand that people are gonna have stylistic and taste differences that aren't just like based on sexism or anything like that, or internalized misogyny or anything like that. I'm not trying to say that everyone has to like this video or you're a sexist, but the reality is that a lot of people just turn off the channel the moment they see a face like mine or a face like Catherine's, or hear a voice like mine or a voice like Catherine's. People will just go, nope, even though they completely miss out on what could be said there, and it's unfortunate. And people miss out. They're cheating themselves. Have a good night, Sparkly Void. Anyway, thank you all for watching. I feel like this has been a very, very fun reaction, and keep listening for the signal. That was fun. All right, okay, people want me to play back the clip. We got some clippers. Looks like some people got some clips. Okay, by the way, everyone, do not go anywhere. This is not the end of the stream, not even close. In fact, after this, I'm going to talk about two things. First of all, I'm going to talk about my Dark Souls game, because I'm going to be playing Dark Souls in just a few minutes. But secondly, I'm going to talk about Keffals. Keffals. I'm going to talk about the Keffals thing that everybody keeps asking me about. And if you want to hear what I have to say about that, you have to stick around to watch me play Dark Souls. Otherwise, you're just not getting it. Anyway, you should stick around for the gaming streams because they're fucking awesome and they're really fun. A lot of people don't, a lot of people are very politics brained and they don't stick around for the gaming streams, and you guys are seriously missing out on a good time. I'm not just tooting my own horn. Actually, I am tooting my own horn. I'm tooting it very ferociously. I am tooting so loud. I am like issuing an ear-shattering toot of my own horn right now, okay? The loudest toot you've ever seen. An elephantine toot, okay, is what is being unleashed right now, because my gaming streams are fucking awesome, okay? They're amazing. Look at everybody in chat saying the gaming streams are sleepers, the gaming streams are the best streams. It's true. People don't understand how fun they are. Mixed Dizzy said, I kept thinking, why do I want to watch a Dark Souls playthrough? Then I sat and watched you and had a very good time. Yeah, I'm fun. I'm fun. It's amazing. All right, let me play this clip real quick. Let's watch the clip. Put it right in there. That's right. Put it in there. That's right, Swan. Oh, you're struggling to get it in?
No, it's because the HDMI's in that one slot.
Oh, but put it in a different one. Pop it in a different one. There should be one. There should be at least one open. Oh no, Fawn ruined the illusion by saying the word HDMI. One of them should be open.
Well, it's open in a place where I can't fit it.
It's open in a place where you can't fit it. It's too big?
No, the ones next to it are too big.
Oh, the one next to it is too big.
Wait, I might be able to slide it in.
Yeah, slide it in there.
Might be too much though.
Perfect.
No.
You got it.
I don't.
What?
It's because the HDMI's too wide.
Oh, crud.
It takes up all the space.
Well, what about, hold it right in there. That's, okay, listen, the clip format is too short for you to get the whole thing, but goddamn, that was funny, okay? I'm not gonna lie, I had fun doing that, and you should be laughing. Again, tooting my horn in an elephantine manner. Not the only part about me that's elephantine also, by the way. HDMI, you mean heavy dong meat inseminator? Yes, correct, thank you. Thank you for being wise. We got to get that as a YouTube short. Yeah, we'll have to. I'll have to remind Danny to hit that as a short. Okay, hold on. It's time for me to boot up Dark Souls, and then I'm gonna talk about the Keffel stuff while we play some Dark Souls. We're gonna have to remember where I was. All right, let's get the Dark Souls up and going. We're gonna have to tool around a little bit with the sound because we fucked up the setup, but that's okay. Whoa! Dark Souls, get full screened already. Come on. Come on, bitch. What the fuck? Why is it? What is happening? Why is it? No! Did I just kill Gwendolyn? That was the stream before. Last stream we killed the gaping dragon, and then we went down into into the undead, what's it called? The Great Swamp through the other way. What the hell's going on here? What the fuck is going on here with the settings? Hold on a second. What? Ouch. Okay, there we go. Ah! Okay, all right. How's the audio? Is the audio super loud? Oh, Danny, I was just saying there was a meme in the middle of the Catherine video react where I did a whole bit with Fawn, and that might make for very fun meme material. If you can cut the whole bit, we might be able to make a short out of it. Chariot said, oh, about the things some chatters were saying about Catherine's video. This doesn't bother me as much, but the previous thumbnail she had when the video was newer had 2 people behind her and one was Vosh. Oh, some people did mention that. He's not in the thumbnail anymore. Oh yeah, Great Hollow! Okay, so wait, we can do Great Hollow now. Oh man, this is the perfect thing to do. Look at our beautiful character. Look at how sick our character looks. We can actually do Great Hollow. This is so perfect. This is the perfect way to do things. This is gonna be torture. But we can teleport out now, so we can do Great Hollow. All right, here we go, everybody. Let's do it! What? You refuse to look at stream? It's okay, you can just listen. How are the audio? Wait, hold on, let's listen. Okay, tell me if the audio is too loud for my voice. I'm gonna talk and swing my sword at the same time. Let's go! Let's go, you can hear, it's good? Is it good? Okay, great, perfect, that's great to hear. All right, everybody. Okay, so who wants to hear me talk about, oh my God. Oh, God damn it! Why does this one disappear so fast? The game audio is a little high. Okay, I'll turn the game audio down just a tiny bit. I'll turn the game audio down just a little bit. There we go. I don't want to quit out and rejoin. I'll get it next time. I've never memorized the correct way down here. So what you are witnessing is me being very, very stupid and very risky. And I'm also going to try and talk about, oh yeah, Cenk. Oh my God, I have to talk about the Cenk thing. Cenk is trying to run for president. And that is the funniest shit I can possibly imagine. Also, it's kind of crazy to me. Oh no! Okay. Here we go. I knew it. So yeah, Cenk Uyghur. Hassan always says it differently than I do. I mess it up every time. No! Hey, I lived. How was that a live? How did I live? Uyghur? Cenk Uyghur? Is that right? Cenk Uyghur? I don't know why everyone says it differently, and I feel bad because I'm not even kidding you. I'm not just trying to, I'm not messing up his name out of aggression or anything like that. I just literally, everyone says it differently, and it confuses me because I don't know if I'm doing it correctly or wrongly. Uyghur. Okay, well, Cenk Uyghur is running for president, which is very funny to me because it's the worst decision you could possibly make right now. and all that he talks about is how we need to defeat the Republicans because the Republicans are psychos, and that's why we need to, like, he's been ranting lately about how we need to throw trans athletes under the bus because it marginally decreases your ability to win against Republicans. And now he's gonna try and spoiler. It's not gonna happen, let's be real, but he's gonna try and spoiler for Joe Biden. I find that so fucking weird. I find that crazy. He had a petition to to have Biden drop out? Are you crazy? Who can replace Biden? There is literally no one. Biden is the only person who's beaten Trump. I'm sorry. I am not a fucking Democrat dick sucker, okay? You guys know this. My channel speaks for itself. I do not do the Democrat dick sucking ever, okay? I don't even come close to it, okay? And who can do it? There is no heir. There is no heir. It's actually a huge problem that the Democrats have literally no one. And I've talked about the nightmare scenario. The nightmare scenario, of course, being that Joe Biden doesn't make it to the election year because of old age, because of extreme old age. And then what? He even said that anyone would win better than Biden. That's so ridiculous. That seems like, it literally seems like you'd have to be on an alien planet to come to that conclusion. How could you ever come to the conclusion? I don't understand. Genuinely confusing to me, and also funny. I saw earlier part of Cenk's debate with Hassan, which was one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen. Cenk was literally getting so mad that he was slamming his hand down on Hassan's desk and making the entire desk rattle. It was so bad. Oh! My mushrooms! I love these little guys. Look at how cute they are. Time to die. Oh! You're cute, but you have to die. Chariot says, anyone would win better than Biden. Kamala Harris literally had to drop out and market herself as his VP before the end. Yes, it's actually crazy. People are ridiculous. Oh my God. Oh, I genuinely just don't understand what they're thinking. What is Cenk thinking? What a stupid duty doop poop fart. What a load of malarkey. Oh, goodbye. This area is so cool. The mushroom area is so awesome. Oops. Bribe from a donor. I don't want to be that cynical. I really try not to be that cynical, but it really does kind of seem like it's a cynical ploy. Also, I'm just gonna point out, he's been hawking his book literally everywhere. Every single time, all of them. On Hassan's stream, what is that noise? What the hell is that sound? On Hassan's stream, on Pac-Man's show, he's just been hawking his book. That's the noise the mushrooms make? That's sad. I feel horrible. Oh, we did it. We made it. We fucking made it. Look! The great trees towering up into the distance. We just get one ooh? Only one? I wanted more oohs. Oh, yeah. Wow. This is such a fucking mood. I love this game so much. Uh-oh. The first time I played this game, I never found this area. I didn't even know it existed. I don't even think I found it on the second playthrough. I think it was the third playthrough of this game that I learned that this area existed, and it blew my mind. Whoa! Oh my god, I have to get over to the thing. No! We're safe! We did it! And we can almost, oh wait, we can level up. We definitely need to level up. We need to get rid of these souls so we can be free. Wow, we have a lot of big souls. Oh, that wasn't quite enough. We need to use a little soul now. This music is sick. What do we want to put it into? That's amazing! Chariot, that's incredible. Dark Souls is one of the most inspiring games that I've ever played. The Dark Souls series inspires me to be creative so much, it's not even funny. This game is so incredible. Chariot, you're amazing. I'm so excited for that video. I will react to it on stream. Can you list off your top 5 game soundtracks? Yes, I can do that. Top 5 best game soundtracks. Okay, let's see. Pathologic 2. Pathologic 2, Majora's Mask. Dark Souls 3. Then Dark Souls 1, which I know is going to be unpopular. Some people are probably going to be really mad at me about that, but I think it's true. Final Fantasy X, that's all 5. I was going to also say Final Fantasy VII. I don't know if I can list them in a true top 5 fashion. There's so many. Citizen Sleeper is really good. I don't know if it would make the top 10 list. It is really good though. Oh, Signalis. Signalis has an absolutely legendary soundtrack. I love Signalis, which I'm going to be talking about tomorrow. That we're recording the podcast on Signalis tomorrow, the Left Trigger podcast, and that will be releasing this weekend. Oh, Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross. Yeah. Okay, let's see if we can beat this bitch. I don't remember how you fight this guy here. Oh shit, I'm stuck. Hey, Dragon Scale. Okay, I'm gonna talk about the drama after we fight this, okay? So you guys have to watch me fight this before I talk about any stupid drama shit. Wait, there's an item over there. I have to go get this item first. Oh, okay, wait, hold on. Woo! Okay, ouch! Hello, okay, alright. Okay. All right. All right, all right, all right. Here we go. How do I hit this thing? This thing is hard to hit. Wait, oh. Got it. I don't know how to beat this guy because I've only ever beaten him. I beat him like 100 years ago. I dodged that. Yeah, you can hear me mashing because I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't remember how you're supposed to beat this guy. Ouch. Got him. Well, that killed me. Okay, all right, puppy from Los Andes. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do real quick. We're gonna do something to my advantage. We're gonna reverse hollowing, and then we're gonna kindle this thing. God, Ash Lake is such an immensely cool zone. It's so simple, too. A simple zone with such incredible beauty. I'm still just stuck on it. I can't even be mad that I'm dead. I'm just so happy to be here. This is the deepest point in the game, if I remember correctly. Is there the other Hydra? Oh, are those the other Hydras over there? I don't know if that's a tree or if these are other Hydras. Oh shit, he's coming for me. Isn't the Demon Ruins deeper? I don't think so. I think this is the deepest point in the game lore-wise. It might be like physically deeper, but usually Dark Souls is pretty good about that. Another dragon scale. Maybe we should do a dragon weapon just to be cool. Oh, ow, that hurt. These guys are so cute. Look at them. Look at their doofy faces. What a cutie. Ouch. What? Ah, give me the water. Oh, there goes a head. Ow! I need to get over here and get my soul. I need to get my humanity back. We got one of the heads. That's a good start. Come on, come on, come on. Oh! Okay. Missed. Damn. Come on, come on. No, no, no. Come on. Come on. This feels like a baby's first. This feels like the baby's first attempt at creating Midir, doesn't it? Ouch. God damn it. Oh my god, the timing is so fucked up. Come on. Come on. Come on, come at me with the fucking physical attacks, you assholes. You noodly bastards. I see you, I see you. Oh! Ouch, I paid the price for that one. Hey, got a second head. Come on, come on, come on. Ouch. God damn it. These guys are very hard to read. Look at that. We got him down to about half. We can do this. What? That didn't count as a hit? Why didn't that count as a hit? Ow, 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 ow. Come on, come on. Got another one. One more head down. It's getting easier. We're getting closer. Another head. Will we best the Hydra? We may. We may just best the Hydra. That didn't count? Oh my god! Ow! What? Some of these hits are like, what the hell? Come on. Come on. Come on. Down here. Down here. That's right. Get over here. No! Oh, that was a poke that hit! Ow. Okay, the water hurts way more than their actual physical strike, so I want them to hit me with the physical hits for sure. The magic hurts way worse. Come on, come on, come on, come on. We did it! We fucking did it! Woohoo! Beautiful. 2 dragon scales. Ooh. You love to see it. We love to see it. What? So now we can go rest and get our charges back for whatever waits us on the other side. We have a whole lot of dragon scales. You know, maybe we should do a dragon weapon just to be cool about it. Am I gonna join the Dragon Covenant? Listen, the Dragon Covenant sucks so much in this game, I'm not sure it's worth it. I know it's really cool, but it's basically unplayable in this game. Get the head at least? Yeah, I'll definitely get the head, no doubt. I'll definitely do that. Dragon form is always bad? No, I'm sorry. I know it's kind of bad, but I've actually legitimately done a dragon playthrough in Dark Souls 3, and it's very fun. It is a little bit harder because it is underpowered, but it's not so underpowered as to be unplayable. Dragon form is excellent in DS1? Really? You really think it is? In Dark Souls 1, it feels really limited. What stats do I need to do dragon form in Dark Souls 1? If so, maybe we'll meme it up and I'll do a dragon form. Have a good night, Aska. You have to be online? Why? Why do you have to be online? Oh my god, look at these guys! I love these ones! I love these dudes! Ow. Love these guys. For the Covenant stuff? Oh no. I didn't know that you had to be online for it. Oh, you can just farm them from dragons? Yeah, imagine dying to clam. What the fuck is this? Look at this thing. What is this? I want to know what this is supposed to be. Does anybody know what that's supposed to be in the lore? A dead giant? It's a dragon skull? It doesn't look like a dragon. It looks like a human skull, or a humanoid. Maybe it could be, I guess it could be a dragon. That's a skull, oh thank you. The skulls here inspired the Plague of Gripes dragon designs. Ooh, item. Give item. Extra dragon scale. Okay, but seriously, what stats do I need for the dragon? If anybody said it, I apologize. Chat's kind of flying tonight, which is based. Also, I'm gonna turn the music down just a little bit at this point because we've got to hear the whole track loop like 3 times during the fight. Imagine being the one to hatch Midir. Yeah, that's fucking crazy cool. I love Dark Souls. What an amazing game. Wait, hold on a second. I thought we could go in there. Can we not go in there? Oh, so this isn't the one we go in. We have to go across. Oh. What? What the fuck? Apparently I walked just high enough to get flung over the edge. Oh. Oh. We haven't done the Keffel stuff yet. No, I'm gonna talk about it in a minute. Sorry, I'm focusing on my epic gameplay. I'm fixating on being the coolest knight that I could ever be by slipping down the sand dunes, falling over, having my pants fall down, and then falling into a hole and going ow, all while it happens. And then I'm just like, yeah, coolest knight ever. There's a hidden miracle or pyromancy in one of these trees. Oh, I don't know how to get up to it though. I'm gonna avoid these clams this time. They're so cute though. Why'd they have to make the clams so cute? They really are ridiculous. They're so cute. It's so messed up. They can drop Twinkling Titanite? Ooh. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a nightmare. So I don't even know how I get into here. I don't know if I've ever gotten into this one. Oh, okay. I guess we just do it the old-fashioned way. Oh, hey, here we go. Well, that was easier than I thought. Falmer Flamingo with the chunky imp membership. Thank you so much, Falmer Flamingo. What were you gonna say after the fight? Oh, I'll get to it in just a second. I'm serious. I know that it sounds like I'm being baity, but I just want to be able to like collect my thoughts when I'm not gonna start screaming and falling off the edge like an idiot. Is this what Maine is usually like? This is exactly like Maine. There is no difference. What you are witnessing now is direct photographic proof that Maine exists. Hydras, dudes with big eyes that spit shit at you, clams that are the size of your head, a big tree, mushrooms you can't even believe. It's crazy. Clonk. Yeah, exactly, Retcon. Ow! No! Damn, that was a sick. Ah! You see what I'm talking about? This is why I wanted to get to a point where I get to a good stopping point so I can talk about this stuff without just getting punched in the face with a mushroom. The mushroom punch is a deadly combo. Never underestimate it. It is literally the bane of so many. Whoa! Let's not go that way, thank you. It is the bane of so many skilled players who just forget just how hard the mushrooms hit. It is very difficult to survive a shroom punch. Yeah, the boss run back to the shroom. Unironically true though. No, you can't do strike dodge, because they swing twice on a delay. You have to actually wait for them to swing twice, then strike, and then just to wait until they're done swinging again before you strike again. You can't do it. You can't weave in and out easily at all because their swing is really hard, and it's 2 swings in a row on a delay. You'd have to have an incredibly fast build to do a strike dodge. I'm sure it's possible with like a dagger build, but not with this. Here we go. Yeah, honestly, this zone right here feels like they were just like, what if we turned Ash Lake into an entire game? And then they came up with Elden Ring. That's genuinely how it feels. All right, here we go. Whoa! Damn, that camera fucking shit is bullshit right there. What was with that? When you try to squeeze through there, the camera goes crazy. What? No! Can you backstab the mushrooms? I can't remember if they can be backstabbed or not. Are they backstabbable? Nope. Well, okay, I could have messed it up, but it didn't seem like it. Woo! Poke. Swing. Oh, he didn't do the double swing that time. Okay, maybe you, oh, ow, okay, now he does the double swing. Let the mushroom live? No, he'll punch me in the back of the head. Do you see how covered in blood he is? He's done this to many. Ouch. Got him. I do not want to be punched by the mushroom, thank you. Okay. So then you go over here, and what? Huh? What? Where are we? What? Huh? Did I miss something? There was an easier path all along? There must be a secret door or something in here. Or maybe... Oh. You need to jump down on a thing? But where? How do I get up there in the first place? Oh. There. But how do I get there? Okay. So maybe there's a branch I gotta walk up or something? Go on the outer route. Do I need to go on that route there? Oh, maybe I need to go on this route. Can you even get on that route? Oh no, what the? Okay, hold on a second. This is confusing. No, you can't. So you gotta go here. You can't get on there. So it's here and then what? Not there. That looks like death. I don't see anything. Wait, is that it? Can I jump to that thing down there and then walk up? That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem correct. It feels like maybe I should be able to jump over to that thing from here, but that doesn't seem right either. The first giant tree you come to has an entrance at its base and a root entrance on the side of the tree. If you enter via the hidden passage, you'll walk straight into the hollowed tree and encounter 2 basilisks and a mushroom. Alternatively, entering via the ramp will bring you to a basilisk in the middle of the route leading to the tree. Follow this route to the end and you will end up in the room you would have entered had you done so through the hidden entrance. A root entrance on the side of the tree. If you enter via the hidden passage, you'll walk straight into the hollowed tree and encounter 2 and a mushroom. Alternately, entering via the ramp will bring you to a basilisk in the middle of the route leading to the tree. Follow this route to the end. Huh? But that's what I did. I went through the secret one, didn't I? Isn't this the secret path? So then how do I get up there? Oh, you're saying there's a hidden... Oh, you're saying there's a hidden thing here somewhere. Like one of these maybe is like a hidden thing? Oh, here it is! Oh, that's so sneaky! Oh, that's so sneaky! That's so cool! I've never found this before. I've literally never found this way before. That's the coolest shit ever. Great magic barrier. Okay. Actually, if I was doing a miracle run, that'd be awesome. I'll have to keep that in mind for the future. That's so sick. That's so fucking sneaky. That is so sneaky. Wow. That's cool though. All right, we got to continue. I guess now is as good of a time as any to start talking about the Keffals thing. So Keffals did a stream talking about the drama which I recently covered. Some of you will remember that I covered the Brianna Wu drama in my video. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you should go watch my video on it. I feel pretty confident in the video. And Keffals just got back from the Progressive Victory meetup in DC, or VidCon. I think it was VidCon. And so I watched Keffals stream while it was live. You can watch it. I think it's behind a paywall now. I think her VODs are subscription only, so you'd have to pay for the subscription to watch the VOD. But I watched it live because I'm Giga Chad like that. You know, I do that kind of thing. Oh, did Zan watch it? Okay. So Keffals talked about 2 things: the Brianna Wu situation, and and her response to the Brianna Wu situation. And then she also talked about what an insanely cool, what an amazing area. Why does this have to be so amazing? I'm distracting from my own commentary. Wow. Oh, dragon. Is that true or are you lying, Electo? Oh man, look at how cool he looks. I read the wiki, he will not aggro even if you attack. The dragon headstone, the dragon eye, what do you get? I feel like I'm getting trolled. So wait, I got two things. I got the dragon eye and I got, what else did I get? What else did I get here? You get the dragon greatsword, which is an ultra greatsword. Okay, people are saying it's true. Okay. We already have the Dragon King Great Axe, which is pretty sick. We might need to put some points into Dex if we want to do this. The Dragon Headstone, that's right. Which is a spell? No, what is it? It's a usable item? I don't remember where you even find that item. Where the hell's the Dragon Headstone? I don't even remember how you use it in this game. I guess it has to be over here, and then you put it like this, and then you put the dragon headstone like this. But there's something special, right? You have to take off your helmet, right? Yeah, I think I have to take off my helmet. You need 50 strength to use the dragon greatsword. Oh, that's so cool, though. And you have to take your helmet off, that's right. All right, let's do it. Ah! Yeah, baby! Woohoo! Goofy head! Blah. Is this really gonna ruin it? Okay. Oh my god, what a cool ass. Oh, he's not mad. Oh, wow. Oh, can we look at it? Is it super stylish? It's super stylish, isn't it? What? Why is it so stumpy? Okay, it is kind of cool though. It is kind of awesome. It is the fume sword. We don't have the ability to wield it. What do we need? Is it 50 strength, really? $50 strength and 10 dex. Oh man. Oh man, we could do it. We could go for it. We don't need much more. We would only need to get to like 30 something to wield it, and that would be pretty awesome. Oh, that could be so cool. We could do it. We could play the game with the dragon head. What does the dragon head, wait, do we know what the dragon head scales off of? Can we see what the stats are on this? Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. What's the dragon scale, where do we see the scaling for the dragon head breath? Oh my god, that would be so funny to play as the dragon in this one. Oh man. What's the scaling on it, or does it not scale at all? It just has a flat damage? Oh man, that could be really cool. That could be really fun. It scales with the Covenant level. Ooh. We're gonna have to think on this. So we need to, wait, how many scales do we need to upgrade the Dragon Sword? Oh, it would be so cool to do a Dragon Greatsword playthrough. You can boost the damage it does by having the body too, which we get from the, we get that from the Covenant, right? We have to level up the Covenant to get the body? Or do we have to do a quest for that? I don't remember from this game. I know how to do it in Dark Souls 3. We'll be doing it in Dark Souls 3 for sure. You need 80 scales to get to max level. I could farm those off stream. Your damage would be fucking insane with the Dragon Torso Stone. Oh man, that would be so cool. Oh man, that could be so cool. Oh, that is kind of ridiculous, but it could be so cool. It'd be such a thematic playthrough. I don't know. This is hard. This is hard to decide if I want to do something so silly. Okay, well here's what we'll do at least. We'll at least level up the great sword, and we'll at least play with it a little bit. It seems like it would be really fun to play with it. So we'll put it to use. Oh man, it could be awesome. We need to put into strength though. We're gonna have to dump a ton into strength. We gotta get to work. It's time. No goofing around. We gotta farm up. Get big strength. Eight more points into strength and we can use it? That's not too bad. Yeah, I haven't talked about the Keffels thing. I started and then I got distracted playing around with dragon toys. All right, here's what we'll do. I'll go farm some dragons in the Valley of the Drakes while we talk about the Keffel stuff, so I stop getting distracted. That's the smart thing to do, okay? This is the smart way of doing things. Dark Moon Tomb. Oh, you can't teleport to... Wait, why can't we teleport to Valley of the Drakes? Oh, because you can only teleport to some in this game, right? You can't actually teleport to all bonfires. Am I reading chat? I am reading chat, but it's moving kind of. There is a bonfire there. There's a bonfire in the Did I miss it? Anne Orlando, Chamber of the Princess, Daughter of Chaos, Stone Dragon, Depths, Undead Parish. We don't have it yet. Oh, okay, Puppy from Los Andes. I'll address that. Okay, so easiest way to get down there would be to go... Well, there's the elevator here, but that takes us the reverse way. But that's okay, we'll do that. You can't teleport to that one, okay. All right, we'll talk about this. Okay, everybody. All right, it's time for me to focus. No more getting distracted with dragon nonsense. We'll go farm dragons while I talk about this shit. Okay, everybody. So earlier, yesterday, Keffels came back and made a statement on her stream about the drama. The drama meaning the Brianna Wu situation, and also about Keffel's initial response to the Brianna Wu situation, and also about some of the things that Keffel said in her Discord about transmedicalism and other things like that. Now, I was present and talked to Keffels during the stream. As some of you who are Keffels fans will know, I was there, I saw it all, I reacted in real time, and I appreciate a lot of what Keffels said. I genuinely do. You all will know I only briefly mentioned Keffels during my own little drama, or not my drama segment, I guess it was my drama segment, during when I was discussing the Brianna Wu situation. I did offer to talk with Keffels, and I would like to do that. I would very much like to have a conversation with Keffels if possible about some of this stuff. It would be a conversation and not a debate, gauging by everything that Keffels said. Basically, Keffels more or less clarified that her initial statements about the Brianna Wu leaks were not fair to the content of the leaks, which I think was a very wise move, because the leaks were pretty goddamn bad, in my opinion. And the group chat leaks were pretty bad, as well as especially when especially when taken in context, especially when taken in context of the people that are in that group chat. By the way, just so that we're 100% clear on this, the people that I was talking about that were in that group chat have spent the last few days on Twitter calling me a man, like directly, like no joking or anything. One of them literally, one of the people in the group chat, one of the main people who appeared in that group chat in the leaks, literally said, don't worry, Demon Mama doesn't know, can't talk from the position of a woman because she's not one. It's like, because he's not one. That's literally what was said about me. So they're crazy people, and these are the people that Brianna Wu decided to say, you know, are my besties and whatever. So I was glad to hear that Keffels was willing to say, like, okay, yeah, I overreacted initially, and Keffels basically said, yeah, I should have paid closer attention to the leaks before just knee-jerk, you know, sort of knee-jerk saying, oh, it's just cattiness, because it was obviously above and beyond cattiness. I think everyone can acknowledge that wasn't just some cattiness going on in there. There was some really weird shit going on. And I think that was good. I think it's good that Keffels decided to make that statement, and I appreciated that a lot. Also, Keffels was willing to directly call out some of the sort of deranged statements that were made towards Doe, which I also appreciated. I think that Keffels could have benefited from going a little more in depth on that particular topic, especially given that group chat is full of a bunch of people who obsessively tweet about and have obsessively stalked Doe, which I've mentioned multiple times. But I do think that I'm glad that Keffels was at least willing to acknowledge it and directly call out that behavior as bad, because it was bad behavior, and it's completely deranged that there's a group chat of people with a professional in it fucking making fun of my partner for no goddamn reason except for to be weird. Also, Keffels additionally addressed some of her statements from her Discord. Now, some of you may not be familiar with these. Basically, while Keffels was gone, there was some disagreement in Keffels' Discord. Some of it was about the topic of transmedicalism, and Keffels had said a couple of things that came off as I'm not gonna lie, they came off as people, I think, rightfully interpreted them as transmedicalist. I think at one point Keffels literally said transmedicalism is the only way we get legal victories, which obviously I strongly disagree with that. And Keffels clarified that was miswording and owned up to that, which I appreciate that a lot. I was glad that Keffels was willing to say, yeah, I worded that really poorly. And to be fair, Keffels did say, I'm really sorry I had COVID, which, guys, I know that some people have had problems with saying COVID as an excuse, but I'm not gonna lie, I've had COVID twice, and I my brain was completely cooked both times that I had COVID. Like, I'm not even kidding you. Like, if I had taken like an IQ test while I had COVID, I feel like I would have been like dangerously low on the IQ scale. Okay, like it seriously damages your ability to think. I'm not kidding you. And I know that I'm trying not to be like overly charitable or whatever, but I know what it's like to have COVID and also to be traveling. I think that's pretty difficult to deal with, okay? It's pretty bad. So I appreciated that Keffels was willing to own up to the miscommunication on that. There were some other portions of the messages that I felt could have used a better response. And I'm gonna talk about that, which is there was a portion that people have sort of fixated on, and I understand why they fixated on it, because I think it's reasonable to be worried about it, which is Keffels at one point said that if I didn't have dysphoria, I would hope that I would not be able to get SRS. And I don't agree with that sentiment for a couple of reasons. And part of the reason is because I think that these types of things should not be, you should not try to be policing dysphoria as a doctor. You should be listening to what your patient needs. And some people do not understand their gender in the terms of dysphoria. Some people do, other people don't. I pointed this out in my last stream, that also some people are not actively experiencing acute dysphoria, but might if they are not allowed to shape their body how they desire. So somebody might go and be like, I know that I want SRS. I know that I want to have a vagina or a penis. And they might say, I don't have, like, I'm not suffering from dysphoria right now. I don't feel mentally ill. And if a doctor says, well, then I'm not going to give it to you, they could then become mentally ill after the fact, which would, first of all, violate the Hippocratic Oath of do no harm by forcing someone to become, to harm them, to put themselves into a position of harm before addressing something that they might need. But also, I just think that, first of all, it's an unnecessary boundary that puts unnecessary power in the hands of a medical establishment and potentially insurance companies. This is one of the things where I wanted to have a conversation with Keffels about it, if Keffels is open, because I think that I could make my position make sense, which is, in short, it is when it comes to government and legal issues, there is basically no reason to ever have to deeply discuss dysphoria or surgeries, really, to any major extent. Trans people should be protected equally under the law. Their rights should be protected. It should be illegal for medical institutions or for insurance companies to discriminate against them, period. You should not have to be legislating dysphoria levels. You should not be having to having legislatures, idiotic, non-medical professional legislators weighing in on what surgeries are legal or not legal in that regard. That decision should be a discussion between doctor and patient, between the surgeon who's performing the surgery and between the patient who's receiving the surgery. So on a political level, I don't think that any type of transmedicalism argument is the correct path, and I think in fact it's actively dangerous and leaves the door open for shit like what happened in Florida, and for trans bodies to be policed and controlled by politicians. Now, there's a second level to this, which is how do we talk about medical policy itself within medical institutions? Well, first off, all the major medical organizations that talk about this already agree that dysphoria isn't the center of this discussion. If you go and read the current WPATH, which is basically considered to be the medical authority on trans health, the WPATH is what has been used to basically guide the basis of trans health, and it's not perfect, it has flaws, but the current one has a significant focus on listening to the patients and the patient's needs, as opposed to prescribing and over-diagnosing. Instead, it urges doctors to listen to gender non-conforming patients and understand that their bodies are their own, and to help them achieve that. That is what the current modern medical literature does. We should encourage doctors and medical institutions to accept that. They shouldn't be going rogue and going off that type of stuff unless there's a really good reason for it. Like, for example, if the documentation is actively discriminating, then I think it would be fair reason for a doctor to say that my Hippocratic oath, my need to help my patients is greater than the discrimination that is enabled by this particular document. But that's not the case. Right now, the documentation available is more generous and more reasonable than a lot of doctors are. So we should encourage doctors to accept and adopt the literal medical professional standards for trans healthcare. And those trans healthcare standards are explicitly non-trans medicalist. They do not focus on dysphoria. They do not focus on overly strong diagnoses. So between these two things, medical institutions adopting generous and reasonable standards for getting people to generous and reasonable standards for getting people to get their surgeries and the medicine that they need, and a medical and a government standard of we refuse to allow you to discriminate against trans people unreasonably. There will be no room for insurance companies to deny trans people health care, as it should be. Insurance companies should not be discriminating. Insurance companies should not be putting their fingers on the scale, and insurance companies should not be trying to police which types of trans people deserve surgery and which types do not. And the way that we beat them is not by adopting the trans medicalist lens, but instead by adopting a generous and liberal approach that puts the power in the hands of patients and their doctors directly. So that's where I disagree with some of the statements, including the one that Keffel said about dysphoria. I think I experienced dysphoria. I have experienced extreme dysphoria. I currently go through incredibly painful electrolysis procedures to help deal with my dysphoria. I do not believe that dysphoria is like a non-existent thing. However, I think the way that dysphoria is talked about is often done in a discriminatory manner that is designed to control the bodies of trans people unjustly, and we should fight against that. The way that we fight against that is by refusing a trans medicalist framework and instead focusing on a liberatory framework. Does that make sense? That was a hell of a rant. Apparently farming dragons really focuses my mind. I feel like I should turn this into a segment even though I'm fighting dragons during it. So I appreciated that Keffels was willing to acknowledge that she misworded her tweets, and also that Keffels was open to hearing what I had to say. I still think that Keffels had some areas where she could improve her position. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Where Keffels could improve her position, and I would love to have an open conversation with Keffels about that, genuinely. I think that would be awesome, and I hope that Keffels and Keffels fans will be supportive of such a thing, because I feel like it could be really productive. There was one other thing yeah, Cosmo Kitty brought this up. Can you talk about the take of pinning the blame on the leaker? Yeah, I do think that was a bit of a misstep on Keffel's part. I think blaming the leaker is not correct. In fact, I think that's kind of silly. For reasons that I laid out in my Brianna Wu video, I don't think blaming the leaker is a good idea. However, I will also point out that we don't know the leaker's motivations, and the leaker's motivations may have genuinely been just to stir shit. Even still, that doesn't exonerate anything, so it's not a good argument. It's just a bad argument, and that's why I'm saying that I think Keffels made a mistake in making that argument and centering that, because it's not a good argument. It doesn't, the leaker being a leaker doesn't minimize any of the bad behavior that was on display there. It doesn't minimize the inappropriateness of the leader of a progressive, supposedly pro-trans pack being in a group chat with a bunch of deranged people who talk about other trans women and call them men and say that they're and accuse them of horrible things. That doesn't fix that problem. I just think it's a non sequitur. It's an unrelated issue. I don't think you can just blame the leaker. But again, I will point out we don't know what the motivations of the leaker were, so we can't really make a judgment as to where the leaker's intentions were. I just don't think it's a very good argument. But all in all, I'm not like I'm fairly happy with a lot of what Keffels said, and I'm pleased to see that Keffels was willing to understand why people in her community responded negatively, because I think that the wording in the Discord was extremely was not well structured, and I understand why a lot of people would respond to the original wording and go, oh my god, that's not a good argument, because I don't think I think in its original form it was explicitly a bad argument. But again, I'm being charitable because COVID brain is terrible. It really, really is terrible. Yeah. Did I touch on everything? I feel like I probably touched on everything. Is there anything that I missed? If anybody has a question or a comment on something that I missed, I'll comment on it. As you all know, I'm very friendly with Keffels. I quite like Keffels a lot. And my disagreements with Keffels have been few and far between. I'm happy that I would like to keep it that way, you know? And if I'm gonna disagree with Keffels, I would rather us disagree in a productive and effective way, which I think this has proven to be. And I think part of that is because upon return, Keffels chose to intelligently, mind you, I don't mean this as like an ego thing at all, but Keffels correctly chose to walk back some of her takes. And I think walking back the takes here was a good idea. The initial wording on both the Woo response and also in the Discord was not good. And I know, but also, by the way, I'm not the only person saying this. I know a lot of other good people who brought up having issues with the way that those takes were worded. So it's not like I'm like being a nitpicker here. Other people directly in Keffels' community. Wow, I got clapped there. Yeah, I just got clapped by a dragon. Did you talk with President Sunday about the situation? I have talked with President Sunday at various points throughout this situation, but I haven't like sat down on stream and talked to President Sunday about the situation. I know that President Sunday has a different opinion, and I can't control President Sunday's opinion. He has a different read of the situation, and I have my own read of the situation. For now, I am optimistic, is what I will say. I'm optimistic that Keffels is willing to actually seriously engage with this issue. And also, I really don't think that Keffels is I'm gonna be honest, Keffels supported like the DIY HRT groups, and while it is true that there are trans medicalists who do so, it's pretty uncommon. Trans medicalists are rarely the ones who are supporting DIY HRT for obvious reasons. Sometimes they do so out of like with a really convoluted justification. But yeah, so I don't think that Keffels is super like prone to a trans medicalist position. I think it's possible that perhaps Keffels could use some rethinking some of her positions on like how dysphoria functions, but I think that's a totally different issue. Yeah. As for Xanderhall, I don't know. I would have to see Xanderhall's wording to be able to pass judgment on it, but also Xan is not trans, so you know, Xan might just be interpreting the situation slightly differently. And if Xan has a position that's like, you know, super dysphoria fixated, I'm sure I could easily have a conversation with him, and I'm sure he would be willing to listen to what I have to say and decide for himself. Oh, I'm not wearing the item drop ring. You're right. I should wear the item drop ring. Well, do I have the item drop ring yet? I don't know if I do. Where do you get the item drop ring? Oh, it's in Sen's Fortress, so I probably have it then. I should equip it for this if I'm gonna farm this for a little bit longer, which I probably will. Oh, I don't have it. I don't have it. Where is it in Sen's Fortress? I could go grab it real quick. It would be smart for me to do that. I could go grab it real quick while we do this. I think I fall more in between Sundays and Demon Mama's read of the situation, and that's totally fair. For what it's worth, I don't completely blame President Sunday for not immediately accepting everything that Keffel said. If I was President Sunday, I would be a little more charitable because fucking COVID is horrible. I'm serious. COVID makes you make really, really bad decisions. I'm just genuine. I'm being 100% real here. I'm not trying to make any excuses in any way, and I understand why people might think that that's not true, but I'm serious. COVID is bad, and it really messes with your ability to word yourself correctly. I didn't stream at all when I had COVID. I ended up having to take a long time off because I just couldn't think straight. Having 10 humanity buffs your drop rate. It's the pit with the ladder and the balls that fall into it. Once the pit fills up with balls, one will roll by and break the wall. Oh. Oh, I know where you're talking about. I'm gonna go get that. That sounds cool. I'm not saying President Sunday doesn't understand how bad COVID sucks. It does suck. And I'm sure he does understand that because I think he's had COVID as well. But at the same time, like, it's possible for you to kind of like just, it's possible for you not to consider that and not put it into its place. And I think it's important to. Yeah, I don't think that there's any reason to assume bad will on Keffels. I just really, really do not. Wait, how do I, what's the closest one? What's the closest one to where's the closest one? Is it to go backward from, oh, it's Parish? Undead Parish is the closest warp. Ooh. Okay, all right, we'll do the Parish. Okay. Yeah. Oh, it's this one. Okay, sorry, I forgot which one the Parish is. Oh yeah, we gotta put the dragon head on. Roar! We have to play the dragon. Roar! Yeah, anyway, I don't think there's any reason to assume, like, deception or bad faith on Keffel's part. I won't lie. I said in my original video, I was a little bummed at the initial response, but Keffels has acknowledged that the initial response wasn't good. I'm not unreasonable. I think that's a totally reasonable thing to own up to that and say, okay, I could have done way better on that. And at least for my part, I'm willing to, I'm perfectly willing to basically be charitable to Keffels on that. I have no reason not to. I have no reason to believe that Keffels doesn't deserve charitability. Mix Vivian Wolf. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm very worried about that, and I think I'm gonna put together a drama mama on that topic. If you have resources you can send me, I would deeply appreciate them. But people have been asking me about it, and yeah, I find it really, really sus. And I do think it's a real possibility. I do genuinely think it's a real possibility. Ouch. Yeah. Does anybody else have any questions or disagreements with what I said? I feel like I touched on everything there. I really feel like I did. What time is it, by the way? I have to keep an eye on the time. Oh, the conversation with Sisyphus went great, Somniostatic. It went really, really well. It went really, really well. It was a bit short. We only had an hour to talk, but I think it was very productive. Too Clever by Half says, President Sunday was so uncharitable and condemning. I saw someone challenge him and he was really nasty about it. I didn't see all of what President Sunday said. I only saw a bit of the stream. Sometimes President Sunday, listen, I'm just gonna be real. Sometimes President Sunday can get a little bit hot under the collar, okay? Sometimes he can get pretty convinced of a position, and sometimes I think it would behoove him to wait and be a little bit more charitable. But also, I don't entirely understand the history between President Sunday and Keffels and all of that. But yeah, I think he should you know, put an ice pack under the collar and wait and see, because I'm sure this is going to develop more. And hey, like I said, I'm more than willing to have a conversation with Keffels in very good faith, and I think that would allow for a meaningful conversation. Yeah. August M says, I don't normally watch on site for convenience, but I wanted to say you absolutely killed it today with the commentary. Also, shout out to the amazing creators that showed up in chat. Yeah, huge shout out. We've had a great one. This is the place. Just follow the path straight down. Okay, I will do. What are your thoughts on the allegations that you're a silly goose? Guilty as charged. Palm Dad says, I do think people are forgetting to look at Vosh for him being close to Wu too lately. Vosh has stayed silent. I'm not going to cancel him, but he's also been close to Wu. This also relates to the video earlier where women creators get more of the heat. Yeah, I mean, sure, but also I don't really know how close Vosh is to Brianna Wu. I know that Brianna Wu was involved in the, wait, just go straight down, you said? This way? I know that Vosh was, you know, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! Oh, I did it, I made it. Woo! Covetous Gold Serpent Ring, that's it, that's the one, baby! Oh, I'm gonna get killed. I'm gonna get killed, I'm gonna get killed, I'm gonna get killed. No! No! I'm safe, I can make it, I can make it, hold on. Slurp first, slurp first. Woo! I thought there was a place to go! Ooh! We gotta get out of here and Stonework Bone. If I'm not mistaken, didn't somebody told me that Vosh just told people to watch my coverage of it, which how could I ever be mad at that? He's correct. My coverage of it is about the best that you're gonna find. And also the fairest, by the way. Oh shit. Oh wait, no wait, that's good. That's what I wanted. I wanted it to take me back here. What am I talking about? Why am I mad? That was what I wanted. I'm an idiot. Intentional. It was all according to plan. 10 humanity speeds this up. I don't think I have enough humanity, and I don't think I'm good enough at the game. I don't think I'm good enough at the game to justify it. Yet. The drama directly affects you and your partner. This all makes sense. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not gonna lie. I was very angry, okay? This drama really, I cannot overstate it, really seriously pissed me off. Hey, Doe! Yay! How you doing? I'm actually gonna, well, I'm gonna play a little bit longer, but yeah, it made me really mad, and I waited. I'm glad that I waited, and I'm glad that I decided to approach it the way that I did. But I won't lie, it was very difficult for me to be measured on this because it was incredibly personal and it really fucking pissed me off. Okay? But I've been doing my best to be as careful as possible, and I hope that everyone who doesn't 100% agree with me will recognize that this is an incredibly fucking personal issue, and that I'm doing my best to be as fair as possible while still acknowledging the fact that that this issue directly affects me, that me and my partner were made the subject of a moronic drama by a person who has significantly more influence than either of us. And also a much bigger following and lots more political power. Okay? Yeah, I did equip the ring. Yeah, see? I got the ring on. We're gonna get those scales up. I'm a dragon now, look at me. Look at me, I'm so cute. It kind of looks doofy, but I kind of love it. Anyway, I guess we can make this into a segment. I guess this counts as a segment, right? I'll just make sure to, Danny, I don't know if you're still here, Danny, but if you are, you can put this as a segment, on the channel. Yeah. I think actually what I said here was good enough to qualify as a segment, even though it's 2 Dark Souls gameplay. Dragons picking fight with dragons, that's like what they did for most of the history. I just got here. I'm assuming this is about Gwyn banning the Nameless King and Havel from his kingdom? Yes. It's weird to me that it really does seem like a baited troll thing out of spite from DGG or something. Oh, it absolutely is. The people who directly instigated this have direct ties to the people who have been obsessively mistreating myself and Doe on the internet for the last 2 years. It's literally a one-to-one. They are that community. They are members of that community. It's just a straight up one-to-one. Like those obsessive freaks who we were arguing with in chat, that's their primary community. So yeah, it's not even like a there's not even a question about it. It's direct. It's fucking pathetic, honestly. Why won't these things come over here? Why do they gotta be like this? Come on. Maybe I can hit him with the dragon breath. Oh, it barely does. Oh, shit! Barely does anything. Better be careful with that. The dragon breath didn't do anything. This is just an extension of the manifesto stuff. Yep, it's exactly the same. It's trash. It is literally just an extension of the exact same shit that we've been dealing with. The fucking ride never ends. And it's annoying as hell. Anyway, I don't know, I can't really comment 100% on what Zan said, but I really like Zan, and also I think Xander Hall is incredibly reasonable, and if he made a mistake, I know that he would be willing to— No! No! Oh, put the dragon head back on. I would make a cool dragon. If I was a dragon, I would have the coolest roar. Do the roar! Do the roar! A dragon only roars when it's angry! Yeah, I don't think Xander's looked into the Wu drama. I don't know if he's going to. He might stay away from it. Which, that's fine. I don't think everybody has to comment on it. Is that a reference? That is. That's not my true dragon roar, by the way, but I'll never show you my true dragon roar because that would give you too much power. If you ended up in a fight with me, I would not be able to surprise you with my based dragon roar. So it has to remain a secret. You only learn the false roar. The meme roar. You have no idea what my true power is. It must remain an enigma. Lest I sacrifice my own upper hand. And as you know, I will never give up an advantage for free against an enemy. What's this? Uh-oh. It broke the game. Let's see. Is this the dragon only? Yeah, this is it. Here we go. This is the reference, just so you guys understand.
Do the roar! Do the roar! An ogre only roars when he's angry. You wouldn't want to see me angry. Do the roar!
Damn, based. He was so real for that. God damn it, Dark Souls. God damn it, Dark Souls. Freeze my damn fucking computer. He was so real for that. Why does that video exist? Good question. But now there's a Demon Mama version of it. Ouch. Oh no! What? I got cheesed instantly! That sucks. That sucks. Do the roar! Damn, it's so much, it's so under energy, right? So low energy by comparison. Yeah, I didn't use my real roar. I should have. If I'd used my real roar, those dragons would have just given up. They would have just they would have just let me shave all their scales off, and I'd have 80 scales right now. Okay, there seems to be disagreement as to whether Xanderhall did or didn't go over the woo stuff. I have no idea personally. I literally don't know if Xan did or didn't. I don't care all that much unless he was mean to Doe. At which point I will personally challenge Xanderhall to a duel, which I will promptly and immediately win because of my Dragon Roar. I wouldn't even have to use 1% of my true Dragon Roar power to defeat Xanderhall in a duel. If it came down to it, I would only need to use the babyest Dragon Roar. It would be like those little rain frogs. That's all I would have to do, and he would go ah and get blown away. He would look like the skeleton getting turned into dust. Wow. Wait, how many dragon scales? I already have 11 dragon scales. We're doing great. This is awesome. So yeah, again, if Xan has like a bad take about trans stuff, we can talk it out. I have no doubt that Xan would be willing to talk to me about it. I don't know if he had a bad take or not, but yeah. Come on. Xan's usually really based on trans stuff anyway. He tends to be pretty informed. There's a lot of trans people in his community, and they tend to give him shit if he gets anything wrong. I mean, obviously he's still cis, so like obviously, but you know, they tend to tell him if he's got something wrong. He'd be one of those old-timey actors on the sets of black and white comedy films where they hang off the sign and rotate it so it looks like they're getting blown in the wind. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Where they spin the camera around. Oh, yeah. Killjoy says, I feel like there are some serious issues with this idea that you have to beg the status quo libs for rights, and the idea that you basically run as a vote that votes with other Dems so you can get scraps of rights if they ever even get around to trying to legislate it, and then you don't actually get a say in it. Yeah, that's why I oppose that type of politics. I believe in liberatory politics. I believe that trans people and marginalized groups have to build their own blocks of power that have to be reckoned with directly. You don't just beg for scraps. And also, I believe that that if you don't acknowledge especially if you're trying to be a leader for marginalized people. If you don't acknowledge their issues, they will very rationally stop voting for you and they will stop supporting you, and that will be rational of them to do so. And I don't mean in like a Bernie or bust way, but if somebody is asking you, like in the case of like trying to get people out to do door knocking and all that shit, you're asking somebody to give their life, blood, sweat, tears, and time. Whoa, hey! You're asking somebody to give their life, their time, their blood, sweat, and tears to your cause. They won't do it if you're a piece of shit and if you can't acknowledge when you mess up. They just won't. It's just a matter of like, of course not. You wouldn't do it. And also, people need to recognize that if you're trying to be a leader, you will be held accountable, especially if you are trying to be a leader for a marginalized community that has very specific interests. Those people will not see you as a leader. Being a leader is a skill set, and it's a series of decisions. You don't just get to browbeat yourself into leadership. You have to be able to demonstrate your value. You have to be able to show whether you're good or not. Yeah. I do have the mimic hat. But doesn't it drain your health? Thank you, Olive Bites. I appreciate that. Yeah, exactly. Killjoy says, in a gig economy, you are asking people to not work in order to work for you. It's insane to expect people to door knock for you unless you show that you have their best interest at the core of your platform. Yep, it absolutely is. And if you can't acknowledge that, you are simply irrational and you will lose, whether you like it or not. That's the brass tacks. And it's not because people are like won't pinch their nose hard enough. They're already pinching their nose. If you fuck them over further, or if you show that you don't actually care about them, of course they're not going to do anything for you. Why would they? Why the hell would they ever do that? Hold on, let's kill this guy. What? Hey. Gotcha. Yeah. Sophie says, I think it's odd that people are trying to be like, well, Benny is a tanky. Why aren't we talking about that? And it's clearly deflection. Yeah, I don't think it's a good argument. I don't think that somebody, but I don't think it's a good argument for a number of reasons. First of all, because it actually makes it easier for Benny to get away when you do stuff like this, because now the center of focus by everyone else who's not sold on the idea that this person is so bad like you say they are, now is to be like, yeah, but look at this shit that was done to them. Maybe you're just lying about it. It breaks trust. It's just silly. And also, the other part of it is just that just because somebody's bad on one front doesn't mean that that's a reason to break your values and treat them like shit. And on top of that, there's also the relevance issue at hand, which is not discussed, which is that Benny is a like 13,000 subscriber, not even subscriber, Twitter user. And that's not the case for the people who are going against, for the person who's going against her. It's just not, there's a serious power imbalance there. The right answer to do for somebody who has like 13,000 subs is to make your statement and call it good and then be done with it. And have confidence in the fact that you have a way larger platform. It's not to obsess over it endlessly. It just gives them power. Yeah, so I don't agree with that argument. I don't think it's a good argument. I think it's a bad argument. I understand why people say it, because by the way, I think Benny is kind of a piece of shit. I think Benny's opinions are really bad. I reviewed that video when Benny left TYT because I think Benny's points in that video were good. But I've since seen evidence that Benny has some really, really bad takes. And when I say bad takes, I mean takes like telling people to like look the other way on Stalin and shit, which is crazy. That's absurd. That's literally counter to what I believe. I do not believe that you should look the other way on strongmen just because. But also, it's not an excuse for the behavior, and I don't think people should act as though it is. It only hurts your case. Benny says North Korea is a democracy. That's insane. That's actually insane. Genuinely and actually just deranged. We're farming right now while I talk about various issues that are important to me. We're being silly because we want to get enough strength to be able to do silly dragon stuff, and I'm wearing the dragon head and farming up some dragon scales so we can be powerful enough to be goofy dragon fighter. Because I think it'd be awesome to be a dragon swordsman. I actually think that would be so fucking cool. Bye! Bye! Doe says, even if North Korea was a democracy, maybe that means we should have higher aims than the bare fact that voting exists. Yeah. Maybe that would say something, that democracy in and of itself isn't good enough. Because democracies can be captured in certain instances. Oh. Oh, hey, got back somehow. Ouch. Yeah, exactly, Killjoy. It's insecure. It's insecure to obsess over nobodies. If you can demonstrate a serious harm, I think it's okay to get mad at a nobody, but keep it within scope. Okay, here's an example, okay? Well, yeah, okay, so here's an example. I took on a video by DJ Mule, a creator who was much smaller than me. I made one video on DJ Mule that was extremely to the point, that stated what I felt was wrong with it, that in no uncertain terms pointed out that he was actively engaging in spreading harmful misinformation about someone who doesn't deserve it, explicitly pointed out that he was lying, and then I called it good. That's it. That's all I had to do. It's that simple. And to be fair, I think that like, I don't know, I think that DJ Mule was significantly worse, and also his video was being boosted by people much bigger than him, which is not the case, you know, which is not always the case when you're taking on small people. They don't always have their voices being boosted. All right. You know what I think I'm gonna do? Unironically, I think I'm gonna farm dragons off stream tonight, because this is really fun, and I've already done this before in the past. And then I'll get a bunch of dragon scales, and then we can do Dragon Night when we play next, because I will have farmed up I will have done the really, really boring thing that nobody will. Although I will say there's 300 people watching me farm dragon scales while I talk about interesting stuff. So maybe if I was really smart, I would farm them on stream, because then I'm making money. I don't know. I don't know what I should do. It might get tiring after a while, though. We're still in the honeymoon phase of the dragon farming. Oh shit. By the way, you should donate to me if you're watching. If you have any money in your pocket that you don't need, even a small donation to Demon Mama makes the world a better place by means of making me slightly happier, and I think that's a good reason enough. Support my show. I'll keep you entertained. Dame Vamp says, anyways, it's kind of weird that Keffels did. Actually, the leaker's the one that caused the most material harm and I said you can't be trans without dysphoria, COVID brain. Like, that was fucking off. Someone donated $1,000 to Vosh to request he watches the Hassan Cenk debate. Okay, here's the deal. If someone donates $1,000 to me, I will also watch the Hassan Cenk debate right now. I will do it. I will stop playing Dark Souls right now, and I will watch the Hassan. No, you know what? I'll watch it twice. Somebody go contact that donor. I will do it. Wait, it's 3 hours? Okay, I won't do it twice. I'll do it once. Sorry, I'll do it once. I'll do it once. I won't do it twice. I lied. I'm revising my offer. Sorry. I didn't know it was 3 hours. Oh, but what I was saying before, try not to be too severe and to get too hung up over things. I'm not trying to say that it's not a big deal to try and sort of say that the bad argument about the leaker being the worst one or whatever. I'm not saying that it's not like a bad argument, because it absolutely is a bad argument. Oh my god. I just realized I don't have any HP and I'm gonna die. No, I'm not. I'm out of here. Oh my god, it fell off the edge! Yes, it fell off the edge! Oh, that's awesome. What was I gonna say? I'm not saying that there's not reason to be critical, but try not to get overly hung up on it, okay? Ask us with the $5 says money is virtual, so this counts as a $100 100 USD bill or +1 dragon scale. Well, thank you. I deeply appreciate that. And also, in YouTube chat, Olive Bite says, here you go, Demon Mama, praise the sun. Hold on, I'll do a praise the sun for you. Praise the sun. There you go. Thank you so much. Yeah, try not to get too overly hung up on it. If only because it is better. It is better if I would rather see Keffels. Keffels has demonstrated being open to like correcting the incorrect opinion and also to hearing people out further. And I think that that's a good thing. And I think that we should recognize that. Hey, Synthetic Teapot, thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's your first super chat ever. Wow, I'm honored. Thank you for letting me be your first super chat ever. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna do one more run of dragons and then I need to hop off because my back is hurting. Unless I get $1,000 to watch the Cenk debate, at which point I will. But other than that, after this run of dragons, I'm gonna hop off because I need to rest my back a little bit. I've streamed a ton this week. I literally did like a 10-hour stream, no joke, the other day, and then I did like a 7-hour stream on Tuesday, and now I'm doing another stream that is 5 hours today. So yeah. You get free super chats with premium? I didn't know that. And we are going to raid Gayfesh. Yeah. So yeah, we're raiding Gayfesh. Gayfesh is about to have a conversation with Riverboat Jack that I imagine is going to be very good. They're going to be talking about a whole bunch of stuff, including some of the stuff that we just talked about right now. Oh no! God damn it! God damn it! So yeah, we're gonna raid Gayfesh so that you guys can go watch the conversation between Gayfesh and Riverboat Jack, which should be really, really valuable. those bridges are dangerous because the edges are all crumbled off, and so you roll off. Also, I didn't have my dragon head on, which was a big thing. The conversation is going to be about a bunch of different stuff, as I understand it, but from what I understand, they're going to be talking about progressive victory. They're going to be talking about the Brianna Wu leaks. They're going to be talking about all that type of stuff. So, yeah. So if that's something that's interesting to you, I'm gonna raid out after this. You don't really have to go anywhere at all. You can just stay here and make sure that you go through with the raid. Oh, don't ever worry. If you don't have the money to support the channel, you never, ever, 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 ever have to apologize. I make memes about it, but that's mostly for your entertainment, so you guys can point and laugh at me. Never, ever feel obligated to donate to my channel or to support me or anything. It just helps a lot if you can. If you have the money to do so, please do. But if you don't worry about it. Maybe next stream I'll do the debate. Just for fun. But I would really prefer it if somebody gave me $1,000. What? Ow. I love that crunch noise. The crunch noise is so good. It's such a good noise. Clonk. Ow. All right. So we're gonna clear all these dragons and then we're gonna call it good. And we'll send you all over to Gayfesh so you guys can get your fill of all the stuff. Maple and Potato, this is one of the few times I've caught a live stream, but I watch your YouTube videos almost every day. Yo, first of all, thank you for supporting the show. And secondly, welcome to the live show. See, it's fun, isn't it? Live show's pretty cool. Thank you for being a regular video watcher. I appreciate my VOD and video watchers so much. You guys mean the world to me. What the hell? Oh man, not again. Get a load of this guy. Fighting two of these guys at once is kind of difficult, honestly. Oh, look at that double hit! Did you see that? Whoa! How? No! No! Of course I know the $5 a month meme. I think that meme is great. A channel with the $5. Thank you so much for $5. 5 buckaroos. 5 slammers. 5 clams. Are these dragons chickens? Basically. Birds and dragons are very similar in the Dark Souls universe. Which kind of makes sense, because dinosaurs and birds are similar in our universe, right? They're like evolutionarily related. Okay, I'm serious this time. We're gonna do it and then I'll send you guys over. It's hard to do the double dragons. They're the tough ones, I'll be honest. Oh, I forgot to put my dragon head on. Good night, Olive Bites. Thanks for being here. Ow. Okay, all right. Okay, we're making some progress. Is this Dark Souls remastered or the PC port? This is Prepare to Die, so this is not the remaster. I'm playing the original, the OG PC port, which I don't know. I like it. The only downside is that there's no online, which kind of sucks. Ow. Why do I keep doing this? Why do I keep doing this? What is wrong with me? Nat2718. Hey, I've been watching your stream since my egg cracked about 8-9 months ago. Love your content. You really helped me in seeing my transness in a positive light rather than a negative one. That is the best thing that I have heard maybe all night. Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for being here. And secondly, I'm happy that I was able to help in any way that I can. And just remember, you did it. I'm just a helpful catalyst. Synthetic Teapot 2 says, you're my fave overall streamer. An honor to give my first dono here. And your second too. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that, Synthetic Teapot. What a cool community we have, first of all. And secondly, what a cool night. I'm glad I streamed tonight, even though we ran into some really dumb technical issues at the beginning of the stream. And I wish I hadn't been very dumb and forgotten that I was doing it all on Discord. I didn't even forget, I just forgot to switch over the camera, and that was like, oh no, I made a mess. Thankfully, it all worked out pretty okay in the end. Honestly, it wasn't too bad. We fixed the issues pretty quick. Okay. So now I have to beat that dragon before I can continue. We gotta put the dragon head on. Come on, come on. We're gonna fight you over here. Yeah, that's right. Oh, ow. Come on. For real? Damn, good stab. Big stabby. All right, I'm gonna kill this dragon. I'm gonna get my souls, and since we killed so many dragons, it counted as a full run, okay? Even though I bungled it on the bridge like 4 times, we're gonna call this as a fair run, okay? Don't get mad at me. I wanna be able to raid over to Gayfesh before the conversation is over, okay? All right. Okay, hold on. Let me set up the raid so you guys can go watch Gayfesh. First, I'm gonna level up and put my strength in. There we go. Nice, satisfying strength up. We're almost to being able to wield the Dragon Ultra Greatsword. Super cool. All right, oops. Quit Dark Souls. I don't think Gayfesh has a white leaf site yet. Oops, sorry, it lagged. I don't think Gayfesh has a white leaf site yet. Okay, let's send this over. How do we do the redirect? Okay, hold on a second, everybody. I'm gonna host Gayfesh on the website, and I'm also, hold on, let's do this. Here we go, yep. All right, there we go. The redirect is ready. Let me set up the host, and then I'll send everybody over. Hold on. How do we do this? Okay, here we go. Let me set up the host on the website. Don't go anywhere yet. Or I guess you can go over to Gayfesh right now if you want to, but I'm gonna set up the host. How do we do the host? Quick host. Oh, okay. YouTube channel. YouTube VOD. YouTube channel ID. Hold on. I don't know. How do you do a channel ID? Is that just this? Oh, this has changed since the last time I did it. Hold on, let's see. Okay, we're gonna see. This might turn it off. Oh wait, host. Okay, here we go. YouTube channel ID. There we go. Okay, did it work? Hold on, let me check the website. Did it work? Oh, it says it's not available. Oh no. It's okay. All right, I'm sending you all over. I'm redirecting you. It's not working. All right. Bye-bye.